You are watching Leicester Till I Die TV.
Watch us on YouTube.
Listen on your favourite podcast platform.
Or ask your smart speaker
To play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Good afternoon. Well, I say good, but good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, good day, goodbye. Hello. How are we all feeling? Tell you what, Philip Schofield may have presented his early shows from the cupboard. I feel like I should be presenting this from the WC. I really do. And let's not make any jokes about Philip Schofield coming out of the cupboard. I won't make anything about me coming out of the WC. How are we? Nervous? Shitting it? I'm doing all of those things. And I don't think my colleague is doing a lot better. We will ask him in a second. This is LTID TV, live from Leicester Till I Die on Facebook, Twitter, and obviously on YouTube. Thank you for joining us and watching along. Please do feel free to join in with the comments. You will need to subscribe to join in with the comments just because of the sort of show it is. But we do appreciate that. And if you're listening via the podcast on YouTube, thank you very much for lending me your ears. I hope you enjoy the show, and I hope we've got something good to talk about at the end. And of course, find us on all the major socials, which are down there. Whether it is LTID TV or Leicester Till I Die, type one or the other in, and you should be able to find us. Talking about finding us, ladies, you know I couldn't do one of these without you, or without him. It is, well, let's hope his dad's watching. Good afternoon, Brad. How are you, sir?
I'm nervous, mate. I tell you that, because the oak kills you, doesn't it? I've been avoiding it all week. But now it's crunch time, and now we're here. I'm like, are we gonna do it? Are we gonna actually somehow do it? And yeah. Funny you should say that. My actual dad's actually in the sky right now. Don't worry, he's not passed. He's just on a flight to Benidorm, so he won't land until after the results. So
maybe he's the clever one amongst us, eh?
Yeah, well, it's raining over there, so I hope it pisses on his parade.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Well, they do say the rain in Spain stays mainly on the plane. I didn't know he was that logical about it, though.
I'm not getting involved with this. Facebook user, whoever you are, stick your name on the end, but thank you for your good wishes. Spencer, afternoon, guys. I haven't been this nervous since my wedding, but whatever happens, we are Leicester till we die. Well, let's hope that Leicester don't do probably what your good lady did on that day and go down. Moving on, Matthew. Good evening. I'm really sorry. Look, come on, Spencer. You couldn't say that and then not. You opened the door for me to walk through. I'm resigned to our fate. I guess I am a little bit, if I'm honest with you. And Paul is in. Good afternoon. Here we go. If it wasn't for the hope, I'd have accepted our fate. I know. But look, we've taken it to the last day. And obviously we're keeping Brad awake, but hopefully he'll fall asleep before the end of the show. I just want to say a very, very big thank you to Told You Bro. who he did it at the end of the last show, so I wasn't able to actually bring him up for that. But he has become our newest member. It's just $1.99 a month, and next season you get a discount after qualifying period on all our merchandise, shows, interviews, etc. You are welcome to come on, and we're going to be doing some member-only shows as well. So thank you to Told You Bro. It's all just for $1.99 a month, one of the cheapest out there. I'm not sponsored by any oil company whatsoever. And Spencer's just thank you. I'm here all week. Thunder Road, the day will end in tears and anger. Well, to be honest with you, I was on TalkSport earlier. Going to play it in a second, and they were saying there'll be some small children at the end of the day in tears. I felt like I said, not just small children. There'll be a lot of grown men in tears as well. But look, here we go. I was on at 1:45. We had a few technical problems, as is. But this is me and what I had to say about Survival Sunday.
Let's bring in Chris Forian, friend of the show, Leicester podcaster. Hey, Chris. Sorry to make you even more stressed than you already were with that music.
Yes, I'm just on the window ledge at the moment. Hi, Max and Barry. How are you doing?
Very well, we're Chris. Good, thanks. So it's like, there's nothing riding on it for us. Are you sort of resigned? How do you approach today's game?
It's been coming all season, so it's not like we've suddenly sort of literally fallen off that cliff with 3 or 4 games to go. So we've kind of got used to the idea. But, we gave ourselves a chance with the point at Newcastle, although we know we've got to go out and win, but Everton have got to go out and win as well. Let's hope Bournemouth aren't on the proverbial beach and can do us a favour. That's, all we can do. I just hope that it is the Leicester City that turned up against Newcastle that turned up, and not the Leicester City full of prima donnas and powder puff girls.
But I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. Do you think Leicester would be in the pickle they're in now if Kasper Schmeichel was still at the club?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. Next question. All right, I like this. One-word answer is really good. Chris, next question. Do you think Jamie Vardy, and I only want one word, I'm enjoying this, do you think Jamie Vardy will do it for you today?
It would be a fitting end to his, because he's only got one season, I'm sorry, it's not one word, but he's only got one season left, and it would be a fitting way to end what has been an amazing 9 seasons for us in the Premier League. Some teams can only dream about what we, have achieved in these past 9 years. Had the Great Escape, we won the Premier League, quarter-final of UEFA Champions League, fifth for 2 seasons running, European Cup, semi-final. If you're a Spurs fan, you're probably crying into your suit now. But, it's all we could, we couldn't have dreamed. We couldn't have written it. If you'd written that in a book, nobody would have believed you. So, all good things must come to an end. Hopefully it's not going to be today. Can Jamie Vardy do it? Why not? It's just written, isn't it, that if anybody's going to get the winner, 97th minute, goes in off his backside, and we get the win.
I would say not. Sorry, Barry. Similar question to Barry. If Brendan Rodgers was still there, would you be in this position?
110%.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
no further questions.
No, look, it's Brendan's got to take one hell of a lot of responsibility. He has. You can put some of the blame on top because he wasn't able to supply Brendan with the money to rebuild the squad. But we started with the season with the squad that virtually won the FA Cup. Brendan Rodgers was, supposedly this great coach, and he couldn't get a tune out of players that, a season or so ago he'd taken all the way to Wembley. So you've got to question him. Top, I think, stayed loyal to him too long. You've then got the likes of Susan Whelan, Chief Executive, John Rudkin, Director of Football, who probably weren't keeping top in the loop because he was trying to sort, his company out after COVID. And then, of course, you've got to look at the players. And I noticed earlier, Barry, you said you couldn't leave James Maddison out of this game, could you? Oh, yes, you could. And I would do.
Really? Why?
Yeah. Because he's a prima donna. He's okay. Newcastle with the team was different, but leading up to that, he was trying to sort of make himself look good for the cameras more than playing for the team. Every time he went down, he was getting up smiling and making sure his hair was in the right place.
Isn't that just someone who enjoys playing football?
Yeah, but we want to see somebody that's fighting for the cause. We've got 7 players, I think it is, that are out of contract this summer. What incentive have they got to play for the club? You've got James Maddison, who we know is going to be going at the end of this season. All he's bothered about is making himself look good for potential buyers. And then we've got Yuri Tielemans, who thinks that much of the club that he's refused to sign a contract so that when he leaves in the summer, we won't get a penny, and we've lost £40 million on him. What these players, how has it got to this situation? And that's where you've got to say top Susan John coming into blade. But Brendan Rodgers should have gone. The signs were there at the start. We had end of last season, we finished 8th and we got to a European semi-final. It was not that good a season, and that kind of glossed over it a little bit. Started this season, Brighton put 5 past us, Arsenal 4, Spurs 6, I think it was. It was a disaster. And then leading up to the World Cup, we had a couple of good results, which probably just about saved his job. But there were teams that we would have hoped to have beaten anyway. And then it's just gone downhill, and we just left it too late for him to go.
Listen, Chris, got to leave it. Got to get to the news, but you never know.
There's that now, are you?
Yeah, that's the end of the show. Anyway, listen, we love having you on, and even if you do go down, we'll get you on next season. But thanks for coming on. Good luck this afternoon.
Oh, well, that was I felt a bit like you at the end there, Brad.
I was just about to say, now you know how I feel when you ask me a question and I've got 1,000,001 points I want to try and make.
I know I was running out of time, though. Come on, I'd kept the question before that about Casper. I kept that very short. And let me just say, I've said this from the start with Casper. We miss his leadership. We miss his voice on the pitch. Unfortunately, we've got to remember last season, for whatever reason, he wasn't that good. I'm sorry, let's just put it pure and simple. But I still think we'd be where we are now with Casper, and I believe we'd still be where we are now with Brendan.
No, we wouldn't be where we are now with Brendan because we'd all be relegated.
Well, yeah.
We'd already be relegated.
Brad, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I think we'd actually somehow be worse under Brendan because I don't think we beat Wolves. I don't think. Well, we did the shows, didn't we? And we did it every week, and every week you asked me the same question, and like the definition of insanity, you asked me the same thing and expected me to give a different answer. But no, I kept saying we're not winning another game in a season under Brendan Rodgers, and I was right in a way because he left before he could win another game. So honestly, again with the Kasper Schmeichel situation, I don't think we'd be in any better position because the Wally, the bell end, whatever you want to nickname him, he was playing and had the team playing in a mentality in a way that Kasper would have been just as exposed as Ward and at times Iverson's been. So,
excuse me, are you alleging that our ex-manager, our ex-super scout, might have been a little bit of a bell end? I don't know. Whatever makes you think that at all. Bell end.
It's like I've had subliminal messages coming my way throughout the months that have made me think that same.
Oh God! The Thunder Road says the day will end in tears and anger. Let's have a look what else has been saying. Paul, heard you on Talk Sport. Thank you very much. Hope it was okay. I can't wait for Chris to cover Coventry. What a shame about it. Let's just say, really, it was what it went to penalties, and it was just going on, and I didn't know who was going to go through. Would it be Luton? Would it be Coventry? But at the end of the day, obviously, Coventry bottled it. It was a big disappointment. Yes, but now I've got to say, well done to Luton, first ever club to go all the way down from the top to the bottom, even out of the bottom, 4 leagues, and then all the way back up again. And after they were cheated out of it last year by Jonathan Moss and his dodgy refereeing, I've got to say, well done to them.
Yeah, they did deserve it, didn't they? Realistically, and it was still, in a weird way, it was still kind of, you knew one fairy tale was going to have to end, because obviously both of them were down at League Two, and both of them were former top tier clubs. I know Coventry was a Premier League one, so they've already experienced that. But they're taking similar journeys over the course of a period of time, and a friend of mine's a Luton fan. Well, he's a Spurs fan as well, but he has seen sense and supports a better team called Luton. So, he had a great day out at Wembley, so I was pleased for him. My mum not so much, because she's a Cov fan, but I did say that at least next season, if all things go wrong, we can go and see Leicester Coventry next season. So,
and Spencer, of course. There's only one drink that you can drink when your nerves are this bad. But Box, thank you very much, sir. He says good luck. Appreciate that, mate.
Luke, you're gonna need it.
Very nervy. Show incoming, maybe just a little bit. Scott, hope you're all well. If well is the word or not. Welcome to the relegation zone. And Matthew, sir, you are a gentleman. Thank you so very, very much. That is so much appreciated. Thank you. We do appreciate that. Does help the channel keep going. Is it about week to stop smoking?
Yes, Scott. I can confirm as someone who's doing the same. Yes, Scott. Yes, it is. It is not the wisest time that I have picked to completely give up everything nicotine involved. So, yeah, it is.
Yes, I could. I saw that. It did make I laugh. But look, let's take this down to reality. And I think you saw this earlier when I put this out on the old Twitter zone. The last 9 seasons have not been bad, have they?
No, it could do far worse. Like you said, a certain Tottenham Hotspur would be ripping your arm off to try and get any of that, really.
Yeah.
Realistically, I mean, it's a hell of a an era to look back on, and it's even greater for obvious reasons, obviously winning the Premiership. But even if you took that out of it, it'd still be an even greater journey than probably before this period. The most recent memory of what you'd call success for Leicester in the higher end, in the higher leagues, in the Premier League, if you will. This is even more successful than the O'Neill era that everybody most likely remembers, which is, we won 2 League Cups. We went to Wembley 3 times in like 4 years, and we were playing Atletico Madrid. Okay, it was in a UEFA Cup 2-legged game where we got fudged out of it by a dodgy ref. But
dodgy ref? Who would think there was such a thing as a dodgy ref? Hey, Luke.
Yeah, never such a thing. These officials are all biased. It had nothing to do with his awful officiating that meant he never refed in a European game of any calibre again. No. But no, it's good to have. And again, we even said this at the end of last season, didn't we, Chris? I don't think we expected to be just this right as we were, but we said you have to enjoy these moments and make the most of them and enjoy them for what they are, because you never know when they're going to end. Like you said, you could say it could end on a high. You know, if we do what we need to stay up tonight, this afternoon, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, but if the Great Escape does happen, that still ends an era, and then we can start a new one, can't we?
Yes.
Relegation doesn't have to end an era to start it. You know what I mean? You could end an era and say, okay, that was a great period, and I mean, if
I've said, and I've said to you in recent shows, I honestly do not think what you're looking at on screen there would have happened had we not gone down to League One.
No, it wouldn't have. You know, it's stranger things that happen, and you know, they say things in football are meant to happen, and I firmly believe that. I mean, look, I know Watford fans and I know neutral fans will always try and remind us of that Watford playoff semi-final moment in history, but then I always like to remind them, what have Watford achieved since then?
Yeah,
because the following season we won the championship. Easily. They nearly got relegated. They were down at the bottom for the majority of the championship. So, who really benefited from not going to Wembley? And
that was probably our most successful year in the second tier, because we were smashing records. 102 points is the one I remember. But like most,
which never gets talked about, does it?
No,
it never gets talked about.
I wonder why. I wonder why that is. But
do you know what annoys me, Chris? Before we'd won the league, and obviously even when we were in the Premiership, I remember the media sucking Wolves dry when they got 95 points. Like, they're an amazing side, they're the best side in the Championship. Hello, 102 points.
Yes.
No, okay. You know, it was just an example that happened to Wolves, and they did look like a good side. I'm not going to say they didn't, but it's like, hello, did we not break? Yeah, we hit the 100-point mark, which is something this amazing, sexy Wolves side couldn't do. We had a 40-year-old Kevin Phillips score, and no, doesn't count for anything. Okay, we'll leave you to it, Championship. That was the most annoying part of that season prior to the Great Escape, because it was like we got no recognition for everything we achieved, unless obviously it was local, like Leicester, Mercury, and Radio and that. So it was like, did that season exist? So,
I mean, I've put it there. I mean, they say that the biggest game in the world is the game that we saw yesterday, Luton playing Coventry. But this, I mean, I've put there 150 million plus is what it could cost a club to go down. I was being very conservative there, because if we bring this page up, which I will do in a second. There we go. It's got here the cost of relegation. The most recent available revenue figures in 22 stood at 181 million for Everton, 189 million for Leeds, and 214 for Leicester. And relegation would obviously put a significant dent in that figure. I mean, we're lucky. I think we're going down. At least we've got top there.
Yeah, very true, and we have expressed that throughout. And I hate this door that I'm sat next to. The door's the loudest thing ever in this house. It likes to make its presence known. But no, and again, you've made the comparisons before. At least we're not going to, if we go down, we're not going to be like a Leeds United of the early 2000s. We're not going to be in crippling debt, which, you sort of look at one team in this battle who have managed to escape regulations and everything that might suffer even worse than Leeds United. £650 million in debt. Breaking FFP, no points deductions, cheating bastards. So, who knows what the future will hold on the EFL.
That cough you've got there, mate.
I know. I nearly messaged you saying I can't do it today because my throat was so sore from a legitimate illness. But no, at least that's, again, and I think that's what's people, it's kind of got people in a more relaxed mood. Like mentally, I'm nervous and my stomach's doing knots. It is in knots, and it's doing bloody front front flips, easy for me to say, and back flips. You know, thinking about, we could stay up. What if, you know, and of course, that's natural as a football fan. You're always going to do that. But I'm also relaxed knowing that if the worst case scenario happens, i.e. Leicester lose their status as a Premier League club, we're not going to be like it was in 2002. You know, we're not going to be like a Leeds. We're not going to be like a potentially Everton. If you know, and that, you know, Everton staying up doesn't mean their financial worries go away. They're going to be they're still in a lot of trouble. So, you know what I mean? If you're going to go down, I'd rather be us than anybody else in terms of their financial situation, because at least we know our owner's decent.
Yeah. The teams are going to be named in about 6 minutes. I've just put it up there, the world's end. It will be for 2 of the 3 today. 2 out of 3 will be very bad, as Meatloaf would maybe have misquotedly said. Look, let me ask you this, Brad. I'm going to come straight to the point. Everton, if they were to stay up this season and then gets a points deduction next season, do ourselves and Leeds have the right to be pissed off?
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, it doesn't mean anything. We could lodge complaints, we could do everything, but I take you back to a very infamous other side that stayed up illegally stayed up, and that was West Ham over Sheffield United. And even though it was proven that they illegally or through illegal means or dodgy means acquired the likes of Tevez and Mascherano, or very, very allegedly, this is legally done, allegedly, but it's not allegedly, just to cover basis. And I know this isn't a dig at West Ham, but I'm just going off my memories of that thing. And Sheffield United seemed at that time like they were rightly, you know, screwed over. That they were rightly arguing the fact that, well, their signings kept them up, and if you take off their goals, we stay up. Why isn't anything done? Guess what, Chris? Not a soul was done to it, and that's what pisses me off. So the effort, you know, they'll turn around and you know, Leeds and Leicester could go down. Well, obviously, at least one of the 2 of them is definitely going down, if not both. That's right. And we could bitch and moan if that happens. If Everton start the season on -6 or -12 or whatever, right? But do you know what they'll do, Chris? They'll just shrug their shoulders and go, "Well, we punished them, so what's the matter?"
I know this is what annoys me, and I tell you, this is the other thing that annoys me as well is they survive this season, they get punished next season. Say, right, we're going to take 12 points off you, but by then they've probably maybe got a new manager in, or they've got, you know, made some changes in the playing staff that they're allowed to do, and then stay up. When this season they would have been punished by going down, but next season they could possibly stay up having been punished.
Well, I mean, again, they'll just say the ends justifies the means, and if Everton don't go down this season but then get punished next season, it's how they twist it.
They don't go down, is it?
Yeah, I know, but what they'll turn around and say is, well, we punished them and put them in a worse position and they managed to stay up, so fair play to them. They got it. If they're going to do that and stay up, we can't force the relegation on them. And it's like, no, bollocks. You've just hoped and prayed they stay up so you don't have to get rid of them. And then we'll never get the proper justice we are after in this world we call football. Because if it was, Chris, like you said, I mean, I remember when Leeds United did something similar. They were in the Championship. They took the hit of the points deduction at the very end of the season, which ultimately relegated them. And it was when we were fighting in the Championship to stay up. It was under like the Rob Kelly, the Craig Levine sort of era, if anyone remembers it. And I remember Leeds went, okay, you know what, hit us with the 10 points. We'll have the 10-point deduction right now. We'll get it out of the way so next season we won't suffer anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they went down, they put them bottom, and I think that actually helped that Leicester that season stay up. Funny enough, because they admitted to relegation.
Well, then again, it
but
is.
then they got docked more points in League One.
Yeah, but normally you'd be looking at that and going, well, at least they got it out of the way and what have you. Picture there of little Mini Cox. I don't know if Big Cox is with him. I'm not sure who the other two are, but Mini Cox there at the King Power. Obviously, they all want to go toilet because they couldn't cross their legs, so they're crossing their arms instead. Let us get now a little bit excited because it's that time, or we are very, very close to that time when we are going to see the team announced. So just bear with me, everybody. This is going to be very, very interesting. Do you leave James Maddison out?
Yeah, I do. And I have to agree with what you said on TalkSport, Chris, in the sense that I've been agreeing with you for the last few weeks because I've been saying.
I'm not going to lie.
I know, it's worrying me.
Here we go. I'm going to interrupt you there because we now actually do have the lineup, and here we go. So we've got Everton, Castagna, Evans, Faze, and Thomas. So it's 3-5, whichever way you want to look at it. Sumari, Tielemans, and Dewsbury Hall, and Maddison, and Barnes and Iheanacho. No Jamie Vardy.
So he's gone Barnes and Iheanacho up front then, because say that line up again, because that's weird. Say it again.
So it's Everton in goal. Then the backs are Castagna, Evans, Faze, Thomas. So it's actually four at the back.
Okay.
Sumari, Tielemans, Dewsbury Hall, and Maddison, and then Barnes, Iheanacho. So I'm guessing
4-3-1-2.
Yeah,
that's a 4-3-1-2. I mean, I kind of get it because at first when you said I hadn't done the maths when you was adding it up when you was going through it, so I was thinking, no, he's going to say Tete, and then when you said Barnes, Iheanacho, and cut it up, I was like, wait, so how? Oh, but then he could be playing Maddison on the right. I hope it's not a 4-3-3 because that's been shit. That's been shit for us when he's tried to use. I'm disappointed, Chris. I'm pissed off. It is. It's a 4-3-3. It won't be what we're thinking. It won't be Barnes up front. It'll be Ian. Oh, I can't wait for Robin away. That's awful. That team's awful. That team's pissed me off now. I feel about it because it's a 4-3-3, Chris. It won't be a 4-3-1-2. Not a chance.
You don't think it can? And it's not going to be a 4-4-2, is it?
No, it's not going. It's not going to be a 4-3-1-2 like we think. We don't. Barnes won't play up. Oh well, guys, get ready for Plymouth Argyle away because that's just admitted defeat. Sorry, Chris, but did that team not get ripped apart by Fulham? Did that formation and style not get put to the sword by Liverpool? Well, I thought he'd learn. I thought he'd learn from the Newcastle game that the idea is to flood the midfield, put men behind the ball, and hit them on the counter. And he's just seemingly gone, thanks for that amazing performance, lads. Well done. Now let's chuck it in the bin and go back to what we did against Fulham. Fuck's sake. I mean, I hope he proves me wrong and it is a 4-3-1-2, but I'm just thinking, why is he now suddenly playing Barnes as a striker? You just wouldn't. But if he does, it's a lot better than it is.
Is he paying Maddison off Iheanacho?
Well, logic would dictate that, Chris, because he's a flipping number 10. But how many times have we heard that Maddison, and normally it would be Vardy, but how many times have we not heard this season Maddison, Barnes, Vardy / Iheanacho, and it ends up being a 4-3-3. But why are we playing a number 10 as a right midfielder? If we're going to play him, which again, should he be playing this is the debate of every fan. But just where's the logic in that when you've just played a game in probably your best game this season, barring probably a few wins? Why are you playing two up front? Mate, are we going to have a Scooby-Doo moment where we go and we would have got away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids because Dean Smith's actually Brandon in disguise? Because My brain and logic hears that team and goes, okay, he's got to surely be playing Barnes as a striker because there's no way he wouldn't play two up front after the success it's had. But everything in my other brain goes, yeah, but what did the last donut do? And the last donut went, oh, we played really well with two up front, so we're going to go back to one. Well, don't do it, Dean Smith. Don't let me down. Don't disappoint me with your shambolic team selection of playing one up front, because it's counterintuitive to today's mission. Today's mission should be playing with a packed midfield with and two up front, because all Iverson's going to do is kick the ball long, and what's he going to do? Pick out Iheanacho to hold it up for 10 minutes while the rest play catch up. Oh, and normally this is the opposite way around, isn't it? Me and you are normally opposite. You're normally raging and I'm normally calm, but
I think I'm just past rage, to be honest with you. I'm pissed off because my sky's just gone down. But look, West Ham 11 here: Fabianski, Kufal, Ogwed, Kerrer, Creswell, Rice, Downs, Benrahma, Paqueta, Fornals, Antonio. He's gone strong.
Yay, brilliant. Just what we needed. David Moyes, you're a sack of horseshit. Oh,
But, I mean, is that showing us respect?
well, yeah, I suppose there is that method to the madness. I'm just too pissed off about the 11 because I know it's not going to line up how I'd like it to line up with that 11. It's just not. I'm just too pissed off at our own selection. You might as well get it in the bin.
Oh, well, I'm pissed off because you
just know it's going to be the way we expect or want it or need it to line up. It's going to be some drab, long ball football where Iheanacho gets the only person in their half, and Madison and bloody Barnes are defending our bloody box. And I swear to God, if I see Barnes on the left-hand side, I don't know, Chris. I feel like turning it off because it's like, well, we've lost. Because this team gives me an headache. It really does. It gives me a headache because just when you think Dean Smith's proven he's better than Brendan, he goes and goofs it by doing something stupid like reverting to a team that's played and never won him a game. With one,
Look, I'm going to let you talk for a minute because my fucking stick's gone down. So can you talk for a minute and talk everybody through this, and I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll do my best. I mean, guys, honestly, because I'm having technical issues, so I'm not on camera. But guys, honestly, as much as I'd like to suggest to you that it's a great aggressive tactic to balance out, that it's going to be a case of Dewsbury Hall in the middle with Samare, which frees up Tillemans to join Maddison in his 10 role, and Barnes is being brought in as that striker because his goals this season have been clinical. And realistically, we know it's not going to be in that show and Barnes up front. We know exactly what's going to happen. And as much as I've tried to credit Dean Smith this season for anything good this season, right, which he has good on, I have to question this tactic, because as much as I was happy with his tactics and his selection for Newcastle, on what planet does reverting back to the system that's seen us get smashed by Liverpool and smashed by Fulham seem like the best idea to do when you need a win and not to be conceding goals? I'm just fearful. I'm fearful because I'm not bothered that it hasn't got 5 at the back. That kind of, isn't the end of the world for me. It isn't that. It's the fact that you just know Maddison isn't going to be playing as a number 10. He's going to be out on the right. You know for a fact that Barnes isn't going to be playing as a striker next to Iheanacho. He's going to be sat there scratching his bum, picking his nose while 3 players mark him out the game like he always gets done when he's on the left. Because that's what happens to Barnes this season. 20 minutes on the left, he has a couple of passes, a couple of chances, and everybody thinks he's going to have an amazing game. And then they go and dump 2 to 3 players on him, and we don't see him do anything for the rest of the game. So, no, I hope I'm wrong. If anything, seeing that disappointment of a lineup as in terms of formation wise, has eased my nerves. It's actually eased my nerves because now I'm accepting that we're going to go and play trash football because that formation is a Brendan formation. And I don't know if Dean Smith's quite up to date on how Leicester have gone this season, but it's got us down in 18th. I mean, a 4-2-3-1. No, it's not. It's not. It's an awful formation, mate. It's just awful. I mean, it doesn't matter if you put it as a 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1. The only one that would realistically work in any way, shape, sense, or shape and form is a 4-3-1-2. But I mean, we'll see. Maybe I'll get proven wrong, and maybe it'll work. And then you know what, fair dues, the tactical genius is, and I won't question his lineups if he's Leicester manager next season. But I don't understand how you see something not working, so you go, I know what'll work, doing it again. I mean, I don't know, guys. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you see a different formation. Maybe you think that is a good formation. Get your comments in and let us know if you do think that is a good formation. It's, again, not the personnel. Yes, me personally, I wouldn't have had Maddison playing, but I do understand the logic behind why he's picked him. But let us know, guys, because that, to me, that's deflated me. Seeing that team has deflated me.
Not deflated as much as me fucking computer stuff going down.
Oh, God. Wow, God, your computer saw the Leicester lineup and just gave up on itself. I don't blame it.
I think it did. Look, they've got it down there. I mean, I'd say just quickly was looking at the Bournemouth lineup while I was trying to get me computer working. They've gone Travers in goal, Smith, Zabini, Cienci, Kelly. I don't know how strong this is. Billing, Lerma, Brooks, Christie, Quattara, and Solanke up front. So I don't know.
From some of the names I know of Bournemouth, it sounds reasonably strong. I mean, Tavernier, Brooks is the guy who's just come back from battling cancer, so I'm glad he's playing. Solanke. I'm not too sure on some of their names, but I'm not. That can't be. Yeah, that's not my fault for not knowing Bournemouth teams, but some of the names stand out. So, yeah, hopefully they're going for it. Still wish West Ham would have broken my rule and played their under-18s, but there we go. If I will just say it's karma. I will just say West Ham is very much going to be karma if after 14 minutes, Declan Rice puts his studs down on the floor and twists his knee. David Moyes out for West Ham. I don't wish an injury on anybody. I'm only saying that tongue in cheek to what I said about West Ham resting for the cup game. But I hope it doesn't run by David Moyes on the arse with his team selection being so strong. But
no,
hey ho, there we go.
Just go through some comments and I'll pop off again and try and get this working. Otherwise, it's going to be a pretty shitty watch along. 451 says what they're doing on Sky. James says we win more often than not when Dewsbury Hall plays. That's virtually the same team against Fulham. Brad, what would make you happy, mate?
2 up front.
Yeah, Brooklyn, foolish. 3 in the back with Sutar to clear up all the areas was the way to go. Well, I thought so. I mean, after the way they played against Newcastle, 3-4-1-2 says Ray. Steve Smart, good afternoon. We're going to need a bit of luck. Squeaky bum time. I think we needed a manager that knew what he was doing. Might as well hand West Ham the 3 points. Disappointed to see a Martin Sutar on the bench. West Ham 6 changes, but just look who is still in.
Yeah, that tells you.
Sharky, no Daka or Vardy. I'm surprised by that. I just think we're all totally surprised. Brad is 100% right, going down hard with this starting 11. Madison will just draw fouls, which lead to wasted free kicks. Yeah, because he'll take them all, trying to look nice for the camera. Evans will pull a hamstring and West Ham will score off a set piece. Always look on the bright side of life, Brooklyn. Steve Smart, totally agree, Brad. Why go back to a losing team? Doesn't make any sense. It seems I'm struggling now to see the difference between the Bell End and the Bell End Part 2, which was Sadler, and this new Bell End.
Yeah. You know when like you see fictional crime shows and they go after like America's Most Wanted. And then they bag and tag the guy, and they send the picture to like the SWAT or whatever, and they take a picture, and he goes, no, that's not him. It's just a lookalike. Well, that's what we've got. It seems like that's what we've got with Dean Smith. You think he's different, right? You think he's the same. He's just a lookalike, and it looks like we've got the same idiot making same mistakes because. Look, like I said, if we win this game and he proves us wrong fairs, then, he obviously has them playing differently. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe it's not the formation. Maybe it's how they go about it. But 5-3 at Fulham, 3-0 to Liverpool, let me take you back further when it wasn't him and it was Brendan in charge. 6-2 to Brighton. Tottenham, 5-2 to Brighton. 4-2 to Arsenal. Southampton did the double over us. Bournemouth beat us 2-1. It would have been 3-1 in that game if anyone remembers it correctly because they scored late on, but it was ruled out. So I cannot remember the last time we were successful playing this formation because I believe we had to go 2 up front to beat Wolves. So it ain't even like his only win this season was playing with 1 up front. Do these managers ever do the research, Chris, when they come to a club?
I don't think they do.
Because if any manager, and you know what season I'm going to talk about, whether I get the right digits in the right order or not here, you'll know exactly what season I'm talking about here, Chris. Because if he did any thought of research and said, I wonder why 1 at the back, 1 up front's not working, and he got given a video to watch. Yeah, we'll call it YouTube clip for kids today, not a DVD or a VCR, because they'll be asking the dad all sorts of questions. A YouTube montage video. That's what the kids say these days. That's keeping it cool with the kids. Of Leicester playing 2 up front. They'd see the 1920 season when Ian Atcho and Vardy played up front, and anyone with a brain cell would have gone, you know what, maybe that's what we need to do here.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm not filled with hope.
None of us are, mate, I don't think, looking at the comments as well. And this guy's not getting back to me about why it's bloody gone down. There's a bit of talk about Arsenal, which I'm not bothered about. Don't want Smith in charge next season. Well, I don't want him now. I'm completely gone. He's the wrong person for the job. The only thing that will make me think that he's worth keeping in a job is if they just play a completely different style, and that wins us the game. But even then, you think, well, maybe West Ham are on the bench, like the guy said, they've made 6 changes, so they have rested clearly some players. But and maybe it's just mentally ingrained over the season that 1 up front is just going to be an arse kicking. But I just don't know. I'm going to ask you this, and then I'm going to again nip off for a couple of minutes and try and get this working. Would you swap our game? I know I asked you this the other night, but would you swap our game for to play to play Spurs or to play Everton?
Do you mean Bournemouth?
Them as well.
I'm going to assume you meant would I swap the opponents we've got. On paper, you would argue Bournemouth would be the easier one, being as we're at home. But every time the expectation and the pressure's been on us to get what everybody's expecting to us, well, let me just take your minds back. when we had the advantage and were expected to beat Everton, a certain number 10 missed a penalty and we cocked it up and we missed a chance. So then we went to Leeds United when other teams still hadn't got brilliant results. And the expectation was on Leicester to win that game. And if it wasn't for, a late equaliser by Jamie Vardy, we would have royally cocked that up. And then there came a situation, and this is where Leicester can't handle expectation or pressure, right? It went full circle because we played Fulham and certain teams in and around us had either drawn or won the game. So not only was the expectation on Leicester to go to a Mitrovic-less Fulham and win, but they needed to because the pressure was on. And 48, 50 minutes, whatever it was, Leicester were 4-0 down. So would I swap it based off that? No. Because I think Leicester and Spurs is a heart attack of a fixture. It has been for many seasons. There's an average of probably 5 goals per game when we seem to play Spurs at the moment. So I definitely wouldn't want that. And knowing our luck anyway, Spurs would come out on top like they have done more times than not. So I wouldn't swap with Leeds, and I wouldn't swap with Bournemouth. Just purely because Bournemouth, it's kind of like, Bournemouth on holiday, yeah, you should beat them easy. At least you'll get your job done. Hopefully, then West Ham do you a favour, blah blah blah. No, we'd lose. We'd lose because it's what we've become accustomed to all season. Every time, the expectation, all the expectation and the added pressure is on us. We've lost. I think West Ham's the perfect opposition. Well, it was until I saw the lineup anyway in the formation. It still is, technically. It's the best one because thinking, okay, it's easier than Spurs in terms of opposition and where they are and that. Spurs are Spursy. But in terms of our history, okay, we've got a chance here against West Ham. We are at home. It's not the end of the world being a last home game of the season being West Ham. And there's also that expectation that there's still a chance they could beat you because West Ham have had a marvellous end to the season, more in Europe than in the league, granted, but still, they've put on a nice run. So if we do lose, it's not like we were fully expecting to win. We just felt our chances had increased of us winning. So I wouldn't swap the opposition to play a Bournemouth or Spurs for them reasons. This team would need to change its trousers of its own shadow sometimes. Have been that scared of expectation. So no, I wouldn't change it, Chris, to skillfully send that back to you as you come back in. I wouldn't change it purely based on that we failed every time. There's a slight bit of expectancy with us.
I'm still trying to get this sorted. It annoys me when they say, I'm here all day to help your problems out. Active. Oh, he's just become active now. So let's have a look if he actually does anything about this. He was active 45 minutes ago. To me, that's not all day. Brad, remind me how many goals have Daka and Vardy scored? We've looked better with Vardy in, haven't we?
Yeah, and since when did I mention Daka playing? I said Ian Atchison strike partner. So I don't know why I don't know what your obsession is, Terry, with making this argument to me every time. I really don't understand your obsession with your hatred towards Daka and you're obsessed. I think maybe you need to kind of calm it a little bit. Every time I seem to mention two up front, you seem to want to just bang on about Daka. I'm on about Ian Atcho and Vardy to start off with. So I don't know why you're so obsessed with that argument, Terry. But my reminder to you would be that Daka's probably our top goal scorer out of them three. Maybe Ian Atcho's sneaking that lead, but it ain't by much. So what's your point, Terry? More to the point.
Let's just have a look at. Is Dewsbury Hall starting today?
I don't, according to your,
The team is.
according
Yes,
to,
he is. Yes, he is actually. Yeah. Look, let's have a look at what we've got to do. We'll be taking score predictions later. If you put them in now, I will forget them. But I want to say, John, you're a gentleman, sir. New member. Thank you so very, very much. Welcome along. And wherever we are next season, we will be having some member-only shows. I would rather play Everton. It would be in our own hands. Yeah, I do.
well, yeah, true. That's the only way I could have done
All
it.
right, guys. Come on. It's the nerves kicking in. Um, let's have a look at exactly what we would need to do to get out of this. So let me just quickly flick forward. There we go. So Everton. If Everton beat Bournemouth, they're safe, and the rest of us might as well just not even bother turning up. How City fare against West Ham and Leeds against Spurs will not matter. A victory for Sean Dyche's side means City and Leeds are down. They can still stay up with a draw, but only if City fail to win and Leeds do not win by 3 goals. If they lose to Bournemouth, they would need both City and Leeds to slip up. Leicester, I think we know we've got to win. Nothing. They have to beat West Ham. Nothing other than 3 points will see them overtake Everton. They must then hope for a draw or a win at Bournemouth. If it's all square at Goodison, then City should finish 17th on goal difference. However, if Everton failed to win and Leeds record the biggest win in Premier League history and beat Spurs by at least 10 goals, City would be relegated. And then finally, the Lily Whites, Leeds United. The statistics at Opta are giving them just a 3% chance of staying up. That probably means they will do then. To survive, Leeds must beat Spurs. Hope City fail to claim victory against West Ham and keep their fingers crossed for a Bournemouth victory at Goodison Park. If Everton draw, Leeds could only leapfrog Dyche's men with a win by at least 3 goals against Spurs. That's it. If you're watching GB News, that's how it's done, by the way. They're having trouble this morning. I mean, I said earlier in the week, I'm happy that we've got to go for a win.
Well, yeah, so am I. Which is why I'm desperately finding as many straws as I can to clutch at and think maybe that team's not 4-3-3. I'm trying to talk myself into a positive lineup and that so I can con myself into thinking it's not your usual drab Brendan shite that we're seeing lined up formation wise. So yeah, great that we need to go for a win, but great. Arsehole and torn apart come to mind with this team lineup, the formation.
Indeed. But like I say, thank you so much to John there. $1.99 a month, excellent value in these hard times. Ray says Madison and company refused to give through balls to Vardy or Daka. Terry says point is no matter which two up front, Brad, they can't find the net. Daka a big disappointment. Anthony, lads, are any of these games live knowing it's the last game? They're all supposed to be
live,
on Sky, but none of us can pick it up at the moment. So if you want to put Sky on, Anthony, put your phone facing the TV. I think we might be down to that at the moment. Terry, I want 2 up front as well. Trust me, Brad. Nathan, morning, Chris. Hello, good morning, sir. How are you? Hope everyone going for a 2-0 win for the Foxes. Yeah, we'll come on to score predictions, like I say. Rennie's in. To be honest with Chris, I'm so nervous. Yes, I think we all are. Maybe it's a good thing that I can't get it up. It looks like this lineup has sent Brad to the stairs.
I'm sitting here because the lineup can't sit on the naughty step. That's what I'm doing, Matt. I'm sat here for the team's sake because they can't go on the naughty step for line up like
that. No, I get it now. Naughty, yes, I'm not. Okay, we'll do Chris from Anthony Kamara. Cheers. Yeah, it literally could be that bad. Hopefully, the guy that was active and is no longer active is trying to sort something out. Who knows? Who knows? Look, let's have a look at our history of playing this team. 31 times we've played them, Brad. 10 wins to us, 14 to them. We've won 5 at home. They've won 5 away. That's got a draw written all over it, hasn't it?
Yeah, sadly.
Going into this game, I mean, look, we got the draw, but then we lost to Liverpool, we lost to Fulham, but we did get the draws against Everton and Leeds. It's kind of a mixed bag, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but I mean, let's get down to brass tacks here, mate. We've had no consistency all season. We've barely ever gone more than 2 games before something goes wrong. So on that basis, Chris, looking at what I can see, look, 2 draws, 2 losses. We've got a draw. This result needs to be the green kind of positive. So maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe for the first time in this season, Leicester will consistently go 2 bad results, 2 good results, and that's what we'll do, because it's the only thing that does it. I mean, I don't like it when they do all these, for Leeds to stay up and that to do, stay up. So it's fucking same. You need one team to lose and you to win. That's what you need, realistically.
Yeah.
I don't get. It's just you just change the name and put the team in a different name. It's all we can hope for.
Yeah.
West Ham could have won 9 in a row, Chris, and I wouldn't give a monkey's toss. I'd be going, no, we just got beaten. I don't care how good or bad they've been. Whether they've won 9 on the bounce or lost 9 on the bounce, it means sod all today for me, given the situation we're in.
Yeah, but we did beat them earlier in the season. Again, is that giving us false hope?
I mean, maybe. Do you want to know what? I'll even try and really stretch the hocus pocus around it today for you, Chris. I've got one to even better it for you. Leicester have only done the double over 1 team this season, and that team also started with the letter W. There you go, Chris. We're winning the game. I said it. The other team in W, we can do a double over. There you are, 3 points. Give them to Leicester. We're staying up. It's what you look for and how you word it.
I'll take anything.
yeah, I'll take anything to kind of hint at a possibility that we'll win today.
Mm. Well, you never know. Look, let's have a look at some score predictions, shall we? I
want to know if people put these in before or after my rant about the team lineup.
Well, we all got ours in before. You went 5-0. Oh, no, you didn't this week. No, you went 2-0 to Leicester.
Yeah, maybe I should have, for psychological reasons.
Yeah. I've gone for a very, very bum squeaking 2-1. But in fairness to me, so has Jerry, so has Ian Marshall, Ian Wilson, Steve Lynex and Steve Walsh. The upside of that is that I cannot overtake Jerry at the top of the table.
So Jerry is the winner, is he?
Jerry is, because we have both gone for the same. So, bugger.
Yeah, you doubles out the window before you thought about that, didn't you?
Yes, yeah. Although, in fairness, I did write mine down first. And even worse, Steve Lynex gone for 2-1 to Leicester.
Oh, great. None of us are getting a point then.
No, I know, exactly. Now let's have a look what people are going for. Anthony's gone 2-1 to Leicester. Thank you for your support, Anthony. I will always wear it. Ronald McDonald, good evening, you silly burger. The kickoff can't come quick enough. We are 27 minutes off kickoff. And Matthew has gone at 3-1. The thing is, I mean, it's all in hope rather than anything, isn't it?
Yeah, well, of course it is. And again, the old cliche, football's a funny old game, right? we could win this game and it'd all be for naught. Everton might go and smash Bournemouth 5-0 and it won't matter how many goals we score or what we win by because Everton have done their job. But it's just hanging on to whatever we can. And until it's mathematically done, you know, until the result's too far gone or we're too far gone with our result, then we're going to hope that something can happen. And you never know. Lackadaisical, a mistake at the back by West Ham, Leicester go 1-0 up early. Goodison Park suddenly not the happiest place in the world to be right now. Not that they ever were. You could ask their toxic fan base, but you know, all of a sudden they're like, "Oh shit, Leicester are winning. Oh crap! Now we need to definitely win this game." And then you don't know what happens. Like I said, strange things happen in football, but just take it what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, if Leicester do their job and or at least play their part in the final day and win the game, then, you know, if everything else goes against us, then so be it. We can't say we haven't, you know, it's not what we don't deserve to go down because we would have. We'd have been the third worst team this season or potentially second worst team if
That's
if
the
Leeds
thing,
were
isn't
to win.
it? For me, is for God's sake, go down fighting.
Yeah, and I think that's what any team
I said
wants.
so after the Newcastle game. I said, you know, I jokingly said that the what's it called? The ground staff at Newcastle were still picking up, you know, Leicester players' limbs the morning after. I want to see that sort of a performance again.
Yeah, and that's probably why I was hoping we'd get that same sort of squad again, because the one thing we've not been very good at that season is defending. We've been caught out on counter attacks. We've been finding ourselves light at the back, and teams have been crossing the ball into the boxes, and we've not had enough bodies to defend them set pieces. But you know, that's none of my business.
No, let's take a minute aside and let's say congratulations to the ladies.
Yes, very well done to them. I watched the game, Chris, and for those of you that are in the Facebook group, I put a warning on there for those of you that aren't fond of the women's game, and I appreciate that. So don't go on there commenting if you're not a fan of the women's game. But I did give you a match report to give you an idea of it because it was a very good watch.
I didn't watch it because it wasn't on the telly, but I was watching Man United Liverpool because my favourite Lioness was playing in that game. So let's just leave it at that, shall we? But yeah, and I mean Reading lost. We finished one place better than last season. We actually finished above Brighton.
Yes, we did. I mean, Leicester were kind of in the predicament where we wish we were in, supporting the men's team because they were 2 points ahead of Reading. Reading were playing champions elect at the time, Chelsea. You know, Chelsea knew a win would guarantee them a fourth title in a row. So you could have looked at that and gone, oh, well, Reading are always going to lose. But Leicester played so brilliant, Chris. I mean, I've seen some performances this season from the women's side. I've watched them absolutely dominate Liverpool, play out a grinding draw against Everton. The irony of that. You know, and I saw them, and you know, people might say, oh, yeah, but you only finished here and you only finished on 16 points. Well, what does that tell you if Reading finished 5 points worse off than us on 11? And it's the improvement this season from last season, because last season was very much the opposite, if you will. It wasn't quite in Leicester's hands. I think they had a 1 point lead, or something too dissimilar. But they've shown improvements, and you know, for the second season they were written off. You know, last season was a bit of a fluke. Oh, you're lucky Birmingham were there because they were that awful, sort of thing. And this season they were a lot better. Look, Leipzig was probably player of the WSL, to be fair. She came in at the halfway point of the season and she's made the most saves in throughout the WSL, and she's only been here for 4 months, 5 months. So she came from Bayern Munich on loan. Jones, who we had on loan from Manchester United, they're obviously going to be irreplaceable. But what Leicester have achieved is different to last season because they've done it again, but they did it with a bit more comfort. They did it, and Willie Kirk came out and said, "We don't want to see other teams do us favours with their results. We want to stay up on our own hard work." And look, they got battered. I think it was 4 or 5-0 by Chelsea. But they lost to a wonder goal against Arsenal, which would have kept them up had they held on to the point. Maybe Paul Konchesky's mum put out a tweet and had a go at people because they got absolutely royally done over by the poor officiating and poor shooting against West Ham. Otherwise, that would have gotten saved. But when push came to shove, Chris, there was only one team winning that game yesterday for the whole entire case of it, and very well deserved. And there's no reason now that next season that Leicester can't say, well, we've been a WSL side for 2 seasons now, and you're not going to get first team. If these loan players get told, look, you're not going to get first team football here, so we're looking to move you on. I don't know why they wouldn't think, you know what? Yeah, okay, maybe like Leipzig and Jones stood out like a sore thumb at Leicester because of where they play their football and where they've been playing their football. But isn't that a chance to do it? And you never know. Get them loanies in again. Could be a great season next season. But yeah, very well done. Kirk should be Captain Kirk should be proud of his squad there.
I think it was Maisie said something about having a good manager, Kirk, in charge. And I did actually message her and say, well, we need Captain Kirk. Maybe you can get rid of the fucking Klingons that are holding on to our club. Maddison, Tillemans. Who knows? Right. Have a good match, Chris and Brad. I am going over to the stadium to pick my lad up after the match. Enjoy it, mate. You're not watching it. I'm driving.
Maybe he'll have Radio Leicester on his car or on the phone. Who knows?
Maybe he will. My bloody thing still isn't working, and everybody's going mad on the system here.
Right, that's not going to affect my stream because my stream goes through Sky. So, yeah, allegedly, that my perfectly legal stream does not tend to operate off state boundaries. Huh? Who said that?
Now, hang on. I think there's been an update. 1 second.
West Ham have forfeited the game. What?
Oh, it won't be long, guys. We're aware there's an issue. Guys are on it now. No need to message.
I just hope it's not. I hope it's not the real life rendition of the Chuckle Brothers working on it.
No, indeed. Yeah, Paul Konchesky's left his role as the West Ham ladies manager after just 1 season, but only 1 win in 2023.
Yes, it's a bit strange because I don't know where West Ham. Well, maybe his mum told him that the fans were too mean to him, like he did when he was playing for Liverpool. I mean, that's embarrassing, isn't it? It's embarrassing. When do you remember that when his mum was on Twitter having a go at Liverpool fans? No. Yeah. Paul Konchesky's mum was on Twitter when he was at Liverpool having a go at Liverpool fans, calling them all the names under the sun. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe his mummy wrote a angry letter to the chairman and decided to sack him because his mummy thinks he's better and all West Ham fans are scumbags. I don't know, but I'm not sure what West Ham really expected this season. They were never going to challenge for them European spots, and Tottenham had a disaster of a season in the men's and the women's league. They only got safe a game or so before us. So the fact that they've kept with their manager says it all. But maybe Mummy wants him to go home. I don't know.
Yeah. If you want to do something at half time, nip over to the BBC website. the Leicester City homepage, and it says, "Some clubs can only dream of the things we've shared. Keep the faith." Written by some guy from Leicester Till I Die. It's probably my penultimate thing that I have written, because I think if we do go down, Mondays will be my last one. Just to let people know, at 7 o'clock, Brad will be taking over this on his own, because I'm off to embarrass myself on Talk Sport and be crying like a like a baby. And I'm also going to be on Capital East Midlands or Smooth East Midlands on the news as well. So listen out for me on there. My God, just call me Marge. I'm spreading myself so wide.
Oh, for God's sake.
But on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you feeling, Brad?
4.
4. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just can't get that lineup out, man. I cannot get that formation out of my head. If there'd have been a definite sign that there was 2 strikers, it'd be high. But that's just 4.
I think you've got to remember what we are.
Elite.
You just remember that.
Yeah, I'll remember that when me and you after the show were talking about how are we going to do Tuesdays and Saturdays when it's going to be Rotherham and Millwall yeah. I remember that elite statement when we're playing, the Papa John's Trophy Watchalong. So remind me of that statement.
I only found out it's just leagues 1 and 2, so we're safe on that one.
Yeah, but you see our under 23s are in it, so you might start wanting to do that to get some desperate content out there, mate. We'll see the under 23s and the Papa John's Trophy. We'll get to see Ryan Bertrand play, mate, and Jestergaard. He'll be in there.
You just want a piece of the action, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Oh, nothing. There's not enough. Nothing's going to top that. That was very cheesy, that comment.
Right. I forgot what I was going to say now. Survival Sunday, it really is, isn't it? I did a poll the other day, and she was very grateful. But I did a poll the other day, and that's wrong. I did ask it to be non-LCFC fans as to who they wanted to go down, and over 70% of fans want Leicester to go down. And I've got that feeling when I've been on other channels this weekend that we still seem to have that bit. We'd love to see Leicester to stay up and want to see Everton go down. And Leeds were just above us 15% to our 11. But I think most people have been a bit fed up with Everton this season, haven't they?
I think they've been fed up with Everton for a while now, Chris. They kind of remind me of other teams in the past. Like Newcastle were about 10 years ago, when they were constantly stinking out the league by finishing 16th and 15th by a point and whatever, and eventually they got relegated. And the same happened with their rival Sunderland, the Mackhams. They stunk the place out for 3 or 4 seasons where they just wouldn't go down. Wigan were kind of the same. Birmingham, you know what I mean? And you kind of just cough, leave the Premiership alone, clean your act up, clean your club out, and come back with some dignity, because they just had none for years and were surviving by the skankiest, luckiest skin of the teeth. And I think that's where people are with Everton. It's like, say, will you just get relegated? You were shy last season. You were shy the season before, and I know I'm probably pissing off some Everton fans in the chat saying that, but you know what I mean. And the feeling would be the same for us, Chris. It was the feeling we had in the division below, wasn't it? When we were in the when we were finishing 14th and 17th, and we were like, fuck me, can we either just get really good and improve, or can we just go down, because this is getting on my nerves? It was horrible. We sleepwalked through 3 seasons because we knew we weren't getting promoted and we were maybe not going to go down until eventually we did. So, Yeah, right now we're not that team, and let's hope we don't get to that position if we stay up. But
I want to say not this John, but another John has been timed out for 5 minutes, thinking he's very, very clever, coming in and saying goal straight away. But I think we've had problems with him before. It is a watch along, and to be quite honest with you, I don't think any of us are in the mood for any wind ups or jokes or anything like that. And I've given him the opportunity because the match hadn't started, but it will be an instant ban if you do. I don't care who you are, if I know you, whatever. Any tiniest little spoiler, and it gets your arse kicked.
just no need for it.
John Thornton has said this line, unfortunately, will concede, no doubt about it. Paul, he agreed with you. He's feeling 4. Come to Ashton Gate, mate. Next season, it's a fortress. Anthony, if we go down the away game at Bristol City, I'm coming, and you're putting me up overnight, and you're treating me to lots of ciders. There we go.
Yeah. At least that's something you can look forward to, folks. If we do go down, we can have the Nigel Pearson derby. There you go.
Yes, indeed. We have many haters, says LCFC believer, and good afternoon. But not as many as Everton, though. Not as many as Everton. Just because we have done something at least but clubs look at us and
I think our owners give us that benefit of the doubt, don't they, as well, Chris?
Yes.
Because of how nice they are. I think that helps.
Yeah, but I mean, I look at this and I'm, like I say, I've got to say, if we go down, everything comes to an end. Unless you're one of the big 6, the chances are at some point it's going to go tits up and you're going to go down. But as we said earlier, look at what we've enjoyed. But I don't think of us as what's the one I'm looking for? A big club. Even though we've won those things, I still see us as maybe not little old Leicester now, but we are up there on a par with Everton, on a par with West Ham, as the things stand at the moment. And I still think, and a lot of fans say, we have given those sort of sized clubs hope and the fact that they can dream.
Yeah, we have. And I know people, have said, oh, no, you don't want to follow the Leicester blueprint. These days, it's the Brentford blueprint and the Brighton blueprint. Where do you think they got the blueprints from? I don't know how some people said, oh no, now the new way is the Brighton and Brentford way. We're the blueprint that they're using. They're in year 1 of that blueprint. Maybe year 2 if you're Brighton and Brentford. They're using our blueprint from our second season in the league. Okay, they're not winning it, but they're getting European football. Brighton are, for the biggest example. Brentford are in the top 10. Fulham are having had that surge in a flip way round to make sure they say take it up. They're still using the Leicester blueprint. It's just we've hit the big giant bump in our road that's looking like a catastrophe. I don't understand where people think the Leicester blueprint still isn't being used, because they're 4 or 5 fucking seasons behind us. Come talk to us when they've used our blueprint to get them silverware.
Blueprint?
Yeah, exactly. That's how confused they've got it. I can't even say the words. I can't speak.
There's 2 words there that you are having difficulty with today, and that's blueprint.
It really is, mate. And my nerves are getting to me. My brain's ahead of my mouth, and it's jumbling. They're having a fight. But yeah, people are like, "Oh no, now it's the Brighton blueprint, right?" And it's like, no, it's the Leicester blueprint. They're still using our instructions and our things, and people are like, "Oh, look at them, they're fancy. Maybe we should do what they're doing." It's like, no, they're copying our homework. Still, they're just a few years behind our homework schedule.
Yes, yeah. It's still not bloody working, for God's sake.
Have you tried switching it off and on again?
I have done that several times. Do you know what? I'm going to write a strongly worded letter and demand my money back off Sky. Oops.
Well, I think you should, mate.
Oops. Leon says Leicester have to stay up. Chris works for TalkSport. I wish. Well done, Chris. Yes, it does indeed. It does indeed. Thatcher's, Hayes, or Gold? Gold, mate. Gold. If it's got to be my two favourite Tigers, one is Magnus and one is Thatcher's Gold. Don't be bothered with the Hayes or the flavoured rubbish. That's the devil's drink.
I thought he was on bloody titles like that. I thought he was on about some other kind of.
No, you're thinking Doggers, not Thatchers.
Ah, right. I thought you were just going to throw stuff at a picture of Margaret Thatcher.
Hey, boom, boom. She's your sort of woman, wasn't she?
Yeah, sure.
She's somebody's sort of woman. She had to be. Excuse me. I said earlier that if we go out and let's say we win 2-1, 2-0, 3-1, but we've given it our all, and Newcastle. What am I saying? And West Ham win, and we stay up.
We can't stay up with West Ham win.
Exactly. I got that wrong. I'm thinking Bloodflint. Let's say we go out, win, but West Ham win and we go down. At least I feel we'll have given it a shot. If we go out, lose, play awfully, and West Ham lose, I'll be really pissed off.
I think you meant to say that if Everton lose at the end of that sentence. You said West Ham lose and West Ham win.
For God's sake, I'm not.
I can't say blue and print without separated words, but you can't say Everton without saying West Ham. So, the nerves are getting to us, mate. The nerves are getting to us.
West Everton.
West Everton.
But that will really annoy me because I'm thinking Bournemouth have done us a favour. West Ham have lost. No, they haven't. Everton have lost. I'm still at it. And we haven't taken our chance again.
Yeah, of course, that would be the most disappointing way ever. And I think it will anger people. I think that would be the only way I'd be angry is if, look, I'd be angry because it's like, for God's sake, it's almost, it's easy to accept relegation if you win your game, but the other team wins. Because you go, well, we did it. We did what we could. Wasn't enough. Well, look forward to Championship next season. At least we might see us be a bit more consistent with our win ratios. Right? And we kind of take it on the chin, and the post-match probably isn't as bad. People are probably coming in the chat going, I kind of expect us to go down. Gutted we didn't stay up, but hey-ho, that. And it's a bit more friendly. It's a bit more accepting of it. But if Everton going to get turned over by Bournemouth, and then whether we really try or not, Chris, if we lose, you're just going to be sat there going, for God's sake. You are going to go, for God's sake. It didn't matter, why bother today if you're not going to turn up and go out everything and win the game? Because it's like the footballing world's going, we did our part, but all you needed to do was win. And it will annoy and hurt us both and everybody more. And you're going to abandon me for about half hour or so doing this watch along. I might just leave it on a blank screen so people can rage in the comments because I won't be able to bring up comments. I don't think. Will I even be able to do comments while you're gone? I don't know.
I'll do it so that you can. In fact, let me just have a look here. That is a very good point.
I don't know if I can do it on my phone.
General broadcast quality. Audio. Layout. Guests. Right. I think when you
I can now. I can see it there. So, for example, I could just. Would that work? I'm trying to see if this will work for me.
I don't think it will bring them up, but you should. Can you now see the comments?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So yeah.
He's gone 2-2.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
You
I can see the comments, but I
Yeah.
can't click on them to bring them up, guys. So
No.
when it's
The reason that I don't have guests seeing comments the majority of the time is purely because there's always some idiots about, especially when you've got ex-players on that will
yeah.
say something
Oh,
stupid.
exactly, mate. Yeah, yeah.
And
No, I understand why you
I
don't
don't
do it.
even
I
have to
get it.
respond to them if that's the case, But
Yeah, yeah,
we are 2 minutes away, mate. So I will say thank you so very much. I don't
yeah.
know what I'm going to do because I still haven't got a fucking link. But hey ho. I hope this isn't
Stick
a warning.
LCFC TV on. Stick LCFC.com on. Get the radio commentators in your ear roll and hope for the best.
I hope for the best. Yeah, it will be the best, I think. Right, mate. Thanks so very much, and I will see you in a roly mo. Well, in
I'll
45
see you in a roly mo, mate.
Cheers, mate. Take care.
Cheers. Bye.
Take care. Bye bye. Thanks to Brad there. Let me just do all this. And if I can press this one here, then we should have some success.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watchalong show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? Right, that wasn't working, and has let me down big style. So I'm going to try and get LCFC radio on. So just talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I will be back in a few minutes. So we have kicked off now, and we are obviously playing in blue. No secret there, is there? Jeff has just come in, and I haven't lost my internet. It was just my link that I'd lost. Iheanacho's on the break. Will West Ham get it away? Well, sounds like Leicester are going for it, big style. So Matt Elliott saying it's a positive start from Leicester. So fingers crossed. West Ham in the centre circle with possession. First corner of the game is to West Ham. Castagna on the far side. Then Rama went past Castagna, but Castagna managed to get back. So a couple of minutes in, there's no games anywhere at the moment. No goals, I should say, anywhere at the moment. 6 changes for David Moyes today. How are we feeling? It's a free kick to Leicester. Tottenham have gone ahead against Spurs. Tottenham have gone ahead. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Tottenham have gone ahead against Leeds. So, good start for us by Tottenham. Harry Kane, who else? Gotta love the man. Yeah. Anthony, no, I don't want any spoilers from any game at all. So, no spoilers from any games at all. Good luck to you as well, Carl, but it doesn't sound like it's a good start for you. But thank you for popping in and wishing us that. Is there a new kit on, Stu? I don't know. I can't see it. Oh, how nervous are we feeling, guys? Sounds like the crowd are behind Leicester. Leicester are defending at the moment. As you can see, the table as it stands there, but we are literally only 5 minutes into the game. So not been a good start for Leeds. Sorry, Carl. I tell you, I don't know whether it's better not being able to watch it or not. Jeff's feeling relaxed. Really, Jeff? They're saying the worst possible start for Leeds. It certainly is. It certainly is. 7 minutes in, it's been quite an even start, says LCFC. We need the big players to turn up, don't we, this evening? No room for any prima donnas. We need Maddison to be playing for the team and not himself. We need Tielemans to remember he may be leaving, but we are still paying his wages. All right, Leicester. Brighton have gone a goal down to Villa. Aston Villa, Douglas Luiz has scored 1-0 to Aston Villa. Doesn't really affect us, though, obviously. But obviously Villa and Spurs are both up to trying to get into the same European competition, I think. Nervous. So nervous. Just saying, the BBC is saying home fans somehow managed to break into chants of "Come on, Leicester" before realising the magnitude of the situation and sitting back down. Tension everywhere. There certainly is. Chance there for Leicester. It didn't quite fall. The scrappy start at Everton, apparently. Newcastle have gone ahead at Chelsea. Oh, God. How long to go? Come on, guys. Thomas putting his body on the line there. 3 goals so far. Villa 1-0 up at home to Brighton. Newcastle 1-0 up away to Chelsea. And Tottenham 1-0 up away to Leeds, which is the one that really does affect us. Anthony. Arsenal have scored against Wolves. Granit Xhaka has scored for Arsenal against Wolves. And I can't see any of the games anyway. West Ham fans at the moment sound like they're out singing the Leicester fans. This is Dewsbury Hall got the ball then, but was given straight back to West Ham. Throw into West Ham. An attempt on goal from Paquetá from West Ham, but didn't really trouble the Leicester keeper at all. Oh dear, Everton are starting to impose themselves a little. They are testing Bournemouth's defence. Madison to Dewsbury Hall on the left side of the box. Oh, Iheanacho just wide. Just wide. What a good move. Fairness, a good ball from Madison. You're right, Leon, and I'll get pissed whether we stay up or go down. I think we've got an Everton fan here. Arsenal are now gone 2-0 up against Wolves. They've got a second one. Granit Xhaka gets his second, and Arsenal's second. Again, a ball over the top to Iheanacho. He takes it lovely, but unfortunately, West Ham able to get the ball away and are trying to counter-attack now. Barnes manages to clear it away after a good save from Everson. Oof! From one end to the other. Yeah, we've got an Everton fan here saying Everton on the TV and Radio 5, Leicester on the tablet, Leeds on the phone, nerves shredded. Kelly Summers, BBC Sport at the King Power, says the West Ham fans are enjoying the day out in the sunshine in the corner of the KP, taunting the Leicester fans of with chance of you are going down. Leicester is shading the possession at the moment. Okay, guys, I could be getting my stream back here. Fingers crossed. Let's have a look. It's not Tielemans, whoever is reporting for Leicester City. Madison has a grin. Who knew, eh? I still can't get the match up at the moment. God, this is treading my nerves. Tielemans tries a shot from distance, but he was off balance. Still Everton 0, Bournemouth 0. Barnes breaking with the ball. With Maddison with the ball. Stanley coming forward. West Ham clearing it up. I'll be back in a second, guys. Just going to reboot and try and get me stream up. Tell you what, it's all been happening. Fulham have gone 1-0 up against Manchester United. And apparently it's Southampton 1, Liverpool 2 with 19 minutes gone. It's all happening at the Dell. Momentum is building for Everton, apparently. I don't know. I didn't realise there was that many games, of course, all being played today, that it was going right down to the bottom of the list. And I must have had that off my screen. Wow. I don't know what's been happening at the Dell, or St Mary's, as of course now is. Jota after 10, Firmino after 14, and Ward-Prowse after 19. So Murray having a bit of a mare at that point. Come on, Leicester. It's been a goal disallowed. Brighton had equalised, but it has now been chalked off. It sounds like we are, Anthony. My stomach is literally churning. I don't know about anybody else's. West Ham are coming back into the game. Leeds fan here, Scott, is saying that he feels they're going down. We've been pinned back into our own half, which obviously we don't want to be. It's not going to do us any good. Been Iheanacho's on the break. Side-footed effort, but straight at Fabianski. Oh, come on. "31 Leeds, 32 Leicester, 34 Everton as it stands." Declan Rice on the ball. Thomas doing some defending there, which at the end of the day, that's his job. God, Fass, he's going to give me a heart attack. He's going to give me a heart attack. "27 minutes gone, still 0-0, and it's still 0-0 between Everton and Bournemouth. We'd like that one to stay like that." Oh! Oh, Iheanacho just over the top. Oh, wow, what a good move from Leicester. That was nearly the goal that we needed to set us on our way. Mitrovic has had a penalty saved, and it's still Fulham 1, Manchester United 0 at Old Trafford. Villa are now 2-0 up against Brighton. Oh, it would indeed, Jeff. It would indeed. And we were so close there. Oh. Madison. Cleared away by Fornells for West Ham again. Chelsea have equalised against Newcastle. And it's a Trippier own goal. Meanwhile, Arsenal has gone 3-0 up, but Foxes are coming ahead. They're attacking. Dewsbury Hall effort that just goes over the top. Southampton have equalised against Liverpool. Wow. Southampton 2, Liverpool 2. Come on, Anthony. Inacho is inches away. And Dewsbury Hall was just over the top there. You've been good in the middle of the pitch. Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like it's mainly us at the moment, but this is Leicester. We need to take advantage when we're on top. Everton 0, Bournemouth 0 still. And it's the same score at the KP. There we go. I said Leicester really opening things up now. They win the ball off Lucas Paquet, and Kieran Dewsbury hits a shot over the bar, as we were just saying. Fair play, Anthony. ITV are showing You Only Live Twice. James Bond film. I'm not really sure whether we'll make it to living once at that of this game. Thomas with the ball. Tielemans. Sumari to Tielemans. Oh, again, another attempt from Leicester there. So, just running down the scores here, it's Arsenal 3, Wolves 1. Anthony, the one game they're not showing. Arsenal 3, Saka got the third goal for you. Arsenal, sorry, say 3-0. Aston Villa 2, Brighton 0. Brentford 0, Manchester City 0. Chelsea 1, Newcastle 1. Palace 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Everton 0, Bournemouth 0. Leeds 0, Tottenham 1. Leicester City 0, West Ham United 0. Manchester United 0, Fulham 1. Southampton 2, Liverpool 2. Seems to be all Leicester at the moment, but we have to take advantage of these times that we are on top. We just don't do that, and we know what happens. So there's been 5 shots each. West Ham back in the game. They've got 54% possession. So we've had 5 shots each, both of us with 20% of those shots on target, which I think it means basically 1. Oh. Yes! 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 1-0 Leicester! Over to Everton there. It is 1-0 to Leicester. Not sure who scored. Oh, Harvey Barnes. Harvey bloody Barnes. I love you. I'll have your children. Oh, what is going on? Leicester City 1, West Ham United 0.
Goal!
Back of the net.
Goal!
Back of the net.
Oh, unreal. 1-0. There we go. There's the new table, folks. It's up on the screen as it stands. It's early days yet, but Harvey Barnes has given Leicester the lead. It is 1-0 to Leicester. Get the fuck in, City. Come on. This changes everything, they are saying. It certainly does. It lifts us to 17th on -17. Everton in 18th on -24. Both of us on 34 points. Referee, blow your whistles now. End the games now. Come on. Kate, you're an honorary Leicester fan. Look, I hope so, mate. I hope so. Oh, there's a penalty appeal. Oh, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Damari Gray goes over. He's claiming a penalty, which he doesn't get. News of Leicester's goal starts to trickle through Goodison Park. As it stands, they are going down due to that Leicester goal. Don't know what you mean, Jeff. Don't know what you mean. Exactly, Russ. Stop it now. Stop it now. Leicester City 1, West Ham 0. And you can hear the crowd going mad. Suddenly, you cannot hear the West Ham fans. Suddenly, all you can hear are the Leicester fans. And I think Barnes will go, Anthony. I think he will. I mean, let's be honest, there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go yet. But what, as it stands, I've sat here with the fucking hard on. Come on. We're losing Harvey Barnes. We know probably that. Oh! It's a corner to Leicester. It's a corner. Maddison there. Shot on target. Took a deflection. It's over the bar. It's a corner to Leicester. Forest have gone 1-0 up against Palace. I missed that. I do apologise. I missed that one. Luke, 1-0 up against Palace. And I believe it's Iwomi that scored for you. Tielemans going to take the corner for us. Another Brighton goal disallowed. Oh, Iheanacho's on the ball. Face has the ball. How's it go, Anthony? As I say, Brighton have had another goal disallowed. The second one for Undav has had 2 goals. He's had the ball in the net twice. Both of them been disallowed. 1-0 Leicester as we stand. Geordie Toon, good evening, sir. How the devil are you? Welcome along. What the hell are you doing giving an own goal to Chelsea? Is it the only way Chelsea going to score? But, I'd love it, mate. I'd love it. I'd love it. I'd love it. I just... Oh my God. I don't believe... There's a cheer going round the ground. I'm not sure why. Brighton have got a goal back against Villa. Don't know what's going on, but Leicester fans are going mad. It can't be for Brighton getting a goal against Villa, surely. No. Do not know. Man United have equalised at Fulham. Jordan Sancho's got the equaliser, but it is still 0-0. It was a big cheer from the Leicester fans. Don't know what's going on. I think somebody's been being naughty at the King Power. They're shaking their heads now. A Bournemouth goal would be massive, Leon. You're quite right. But at the moment, it is Leicester 1 and it is West Ham 0, Everton 0, Bournemouth 0. Iheanacho's down. Rice is up. He went down with him in the tackle and he's going mad at Simon Hooper, the referee. How are we feeling? Is it just me? I've literally got some of that Gorilla Tape and I have taped my buttocks together. I can't clench them any more than they are clenched at the moment. Oh. I Come on, Bournemouth. Come on, Bournemouth. Cyber leader, welcome along. Welcome along, mate. Not sure what you've been drinking, but you say, come on, the Foxes. But I appreciate your banter, mate. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We are coming up. We're about 2 minutes off half time. Another shout out for a penalty as Damari Gray goes down. It's getting pretty desperate, says the BBC. There's a quick check by VAR, but it comes to nothing. Dewsbury Hall on the ball at the moment. Dewsbury Hall on the ball. Cyber Leader, I do appreciate it very, very much indeed. I want us to survive. I want Everton to go down. I wouldn't mind Leeds surviving, but that doesn't look possible at the moment. They have. I couldn't get an Everton Tonian to come on the show to talk about it. Oh. It looks like somebody. There's a fake news going around it was a Donald Trump fake news was going around the KP about Bournemouth scoring. Yuri Tielemans is calming the players down, saying it hasn't happened. Dewsbury Hall's got the ball. Oh, well, good defending. Dewsbury Hall running back 70 yards. 70 yards to defend. Where the hell has this sort of performance been all season? Coming up to half times. Might be a bit of injury time for when the actual went down. If we stay up, I will actually feel sorry that Coventry haven't come up, because then we'd have 3 East Midlands teams up. But if we're to go down, I'm quite glad that Coventry have stayed down. It would have really hurt, Luke, for you and Coventry to be in the top flight and us be in the second tier. But at least we'll have another derby game. And I think of Coventry more as a derby game to us than Forest or Derby. Tomorrow's on the ball. Oh, I just... 1 minute injury time. 1 minute injury time, everybody.
Cowabunga!
1 minute. Let's go in. Let's go into the half time 1-0 up. Oh. You can call him Tielemans all you want. I don't care anymore. I'm loving it. Tielemans. Come on, Tielemans. Come on, Tielemans. Oh. Madison on the ball. Dewsbury Hall's got the ball. M69 Derby, though, James. And that's it. It's half time. It is half time at the King Power. And as it stands, Dion Dublin's just got... talking about Everton, he says they know how close they are. Everton, if you're in the relegation battle and it's in your hands, you should be able to get it over the line. But at the moment, they're not. At the moment, it's Everton 0, Bournemouth 0. At the moment, it is Leicester City 1, West Ham United 1. Look at that table. That's what it is at the moment. We are not in the bottom 3. 45 minutes to go. I'm doing a show, I think about 9 o'clock, 9:30 tonight, Anthony. We're relaunching the channel, making a lot of changes, whether we're up or down. Tune in then and you'll find out what we've got planned. But yeah, James, I still, to me, Coventry are our nearest, whether it's East Midlands or not. To me, only my choice, but to me, your rival is your nearest team. So, I literally, come on, this This is just unadulterated porn. At the thing stand at the moment, could we see The Great Escape 2? I don't know, but to be honest with you, it's looking good. It is looking good. It'd be interesting to see what Brad's made of that first half. My word is that nerve-wracking. I don't know if we can watch my stream's gone down, and I don't know if that's good or bad. Do you know what? I went my first trip to Highfield Road, and it was in the old days before. Remember when it was open at the away end? There was no roof on the stadium at that end, and we went 1-0 up after about 4 or 5 minutes, and then they equalised. Went on to win. It pissed down with rain, and we nearly scored another goal. I got pushed so far forward, and my knackers got crushed on when they had the bars when it was all standing. My God. LCFC's in. Good afternoon. 1-0 to Leicester. And Luton, and well, they deserved it, mate. They deserved it after they got cheated out of it last year by Mr. Moss. Because, of course, the final last year was all about Mr. Moss, wasn't it? It wasn't about the two teams involved. Oh, how are we feeling, ladies and gentlefolk? How are we feeling? Right, let us go through these half times. Let me see if I can get the half times up for you. I'm just going to see what is happening with my link. The guy's gone off on holiday. He's just not answering. Right, let us get some scores up. Oh, they're not showing it. They're not showing it, I say. Let me read you the scores just while we're waiting for Brad. So I mention his name, and like a genie, and like my cock at the moment, up it pops. Let me bring him in and say, well, hello, Brad. I've sat here with I don't know what's gone wrong there. I'm sat here with a hard on. I don't know about you.
You just knew we were going to put ourselves in a certain position. Oh, the clock can't go fast enough, Chris. I want the second half to start at Goodison and immediately end the game. And then I want the same thing to happen to King Power. Apparently, for entertainment purposes, they will be making sure that both games kick off simultaneously. So even if Everton finish a little bit later, they'll be starting their game the same time as us.
That does make sense. Have you actually got a stream? Are you able to watch it?
It literally took about 18 minutes for something to kick on. I was actually listening to it on the Leicester website. I was listening to it then, but then my stream suddenly just picked up. And then what I started doing is because my stream's about 30 seconds behind is I put BBC on my Xbox, in my infinite wisdom, knowing that they'd be ahead of time, so I'd know the Everton score. My brain then told me that it'd also let me know if West Ham or Leicester scored, so if I don't want to get spoiled. And as I turned it off, I saw Leicester attacking on my phone and we scored, so I turned it on just so I could see any future sites about.
Well, I am purely going off the radio, so I haven't seen a thing, to be honest with you. I'm just trying links here. But look, let's just quickly run through some half times first. I've got Arsenal. Well, we haven't. Everybody's got Arsenal 3, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0, Aston Villa 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 1. Brackets 2 disallowed. Close brackets.
Yeah, I know. Believe that.
Brentford 0, Manchester City 0. Chelsea 1, Newcastle 1, Crystal Palace 0, Nottingham Forest 1, Everton 0, Bournemouth 0, Leeds 0, Harry Kane United 1. Leicester, you know it. Leicester City 1, West Ham 0, Manchester United 1, Fulham 1, missed penalty by Mitrovic, or Mitrov misfiring, and Southampton 2, Liverpool 2. And you know what? I'm going to have to say that I don't care that it was actually Harvey Barnes that scored. Nacho. Sorry, I'm back. Oh, I mean, honestly, how are you feeling? I'm exhausted.
I rang up a takeaway place earlier, and I think I confused them because they said hello, and I said hello. I'd like to order a plate of my nerves. I want them shredded, not stirred.
Oh God, mate, God! But I mean, from what I've heard, we seem to be on top. I mean, I know. Look, let's just for the heck of it, let's just have a look at the stats here. I mean, 8 shots from us, 5 from West Ham. A bit of a Brexit when it comes to the possession, because it's 54 to us, 45, 46 to West Ham, but it has fluctuated. 25% of our shots are on target, which I work out to be 2, and 20% of West Ham's is on target, which I work out to be 1. We blocked 13%, they've blocked 20. Passes, 316 for us, 264. Touches 399 to 342. Tackles, they've had more, a couple of offsides. I mean, does it look like they are holding back from getting involved?
It looks that way, but the first 20 minutes, Chris, from what I could gather on radio and then when my stream picked up from what the commentators were saying, it literally just seemed like seemed like a half that was split in half. Leicester got a little bit cagey. West Ham were trying to pick holes at Leicester and were getting the ball off. And it almost feels like one of them games where as soon as Leicester fluidly counter-attacked and got in behind the West Ham defence and Barnes made it 1-0, ever since that goal, West Ham have been walking around the pitch. They look like they're not interested anymore. They've gone, right, you know what? They've got the lead. They're going to come at us. It's going to get worse. If we go at them, it's going to get worse for us. Let's try and keep... I don't know. It just feels like West Ham at that point where they got to near the end of that first half, and like, just getting 1-0 down. Because if we keep trying to go at these, the way they're playing, we're going to go 2 or 3-0 down. So, yeah. I mean... I said it though. It'd be interesting to know what it's like at Goodison Park right now, because I said you know, yes, Everton had, and I will use the word had, because right now Leicester are have destiny in their own hands. If Everton can't find a way to beat Bournemouth in 45 minutes, Leicester will stay up if results stay as they are. So I'd like to know if anybody has an idea or somehow has got hold of somebody at Goodison. Like, highly doubt it. I'm sure the signal there is atrocious with the amount of people trying to check the scores. But how are they feeling now? Because I said, all right, it wasn't such an early goal, but if Leicester got their noses in front first before there was a goal at Goodison Park, how would it affect the crowd there? And by all accounts, Bournemouth had a chance right near the end of the half. So it's good to see that Bournemouth aren't just taking,
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the Bournemouth game, and I'm not seeing Everton having 8 chances to Bournemouth's 1. They're certainly not having it their own way. So it's going to be the longest 45 minutes of our flipping lives, mate, if there's no more goals.
It is. Is it just me that has Barnes been awful apart from the goal? Who cares? Who absolutely cares? He can be awful. If it finishes 1-0, he can be awful for the rest of the 45 minutes. How did you react when Barnes scored that goal? Very restrained, I think, those that saw me on the
I was cool, calm and collective. There is not a chance in hell that I was so loud that people in Australia heard me. No, I was like that. Nah, it's only 1-0. Bars is shit. Yeah. I don't know what drugs are in my coffee this morning, but whoever drugged me in this household needs to, because obviously, clearly, Dean Smith is a formation-making genius.
Now you know why I kept calm.
Yeah. See, I thought I'd reverse the roles, mate. That's what I was doing. I was play acting, guys. I've got a career in acting because I was really good at that. You all believed me. You thought I was angry.
Do you remember last week? I were absolutely mad at that formation and the team that Dean Smith picked. And look, we went and had a marvellous performance. So I thought, I'm keeping quiet this week. And then you went off on one. I'm like, Huddersfield have been ruined from that playoff final. You mean the John Moss final? Curious to hear your thoughts on whether you had to come from a town or city to support their club. I live in Poole, mate, but I come from Leicester originally. No doubt if we stay up, our first game next season will be Luton away. I don't care. We'll just play it. Whoever bring it on if we stay up. Kennel's Road reminds me of the old Leicester City that you've got to go through somebody's kitchens or something, haven't you, to get in?
Yeah, I'm going to say can't wait for a Friday night when Betty and Stuart are having a late night barbecue and they forget the football's on and the game gets delayed by smoke.
Yes. God blimey, I've heard about your collection, Chris. Book collection. Because I did say this is like porn at the moment. I've seen that street entrance. It's really narrow. Let's just see what people are saying. Max, good evening, Max. How are you? Bournemouth doing you a favour so far? They are. Thank you, Max. Big Cherries fan. Again, well done on the Cherries that's staying up. I think we should just call it full time. Oh, yeah, definitely. End the count now.
Yeah.
Got some good ideas, that Donald Trump. I've always said that.
Genius he is. Stop the count.
Still worries me that Everton will get a goal. Well, I mean, we're not going to do it easy, are we? You know. No,
of course not. But let's again, I reiterate a point I've been making most of this season and some parts of last season. Let's enjoy this moment. Right now, Leicester City have by the skin of their teeth are staying in the Premiership. If it all goes wrong in the second half, it all goes wrong. But at least we've seen Leicester try to do their part. So,
yeah, don't know what you mean there, Max. We're saying on Google, fair play at the moment. You deserve this. Honestly, where this performance has been all bloody season. This is why we're not football club managers.
Yeah.
We'll all agree with that one. We'll all agree. We'll just say what wonderful. I mean, I learned my lesson last week. Some people didn't.
Yeah. No, I know what happened is you learnt your lesson. I got too smug and carried away with being right about the team. So then when they didn't go the way I thought it would, I thought I could throw my toys at the pram and be proven right. But it wasn't.
The Leicester shirt you can see there on Harvey Barnes.
Yes.
It's similar to ones we've had in the past, isn't it? Gold stripe under the arm.
Yeah. No, we've had the gold stripe under the arm before and a King Power kit.
Yeah, I want to see what we get as in the away kit because that's nothing different. I mean, this week, obviously I loved it because it's collar, so I'm biased, but it's different. This one is different to me. But to that one, it's just same old. Nothing. I won't be rushing out to buy that for the start of the new season.
I'll be honest with you. I hated this season's kit. I did not like it. It had that weird camo blue. Like, make up your mind what colour blue do you want to use. I don't like it. It's just something I've never had a preference to. I don't like it. It's a faded sort of blue. It's not the Leicester blue, I know. And the one they're wearing today is a more royal blue.
I can't see it. It's gone.
I know, right? Yeah, and this is why you get YouTube strikes. It's these having your nipples out, mate. They can't someone can see. But now I've always preferred just keeping it the one jetted colour. Now, they changed the colour of it. It would have taken some adjusting to, but I prefer the one they've got out. It's back to that old traditional. I was happy with the collar because we've had the collar before, like you said, when we were sponsored by Walkers. We had that infamous collar kit that we played with when it was the likes of Heskey and Collymore. So we've seen it before, but it was just that camo style print they had on it. It didn't sit right with me. I still don't like the FBS, but that's not their fault. That's how their logo is. They can't change that. So,
Yeah.
but I won't be buying it myself, but it's better than the one we've got.
No, I prefer the one we've got because it's different. And I like the one that we had the season before because that was like a patterned one within the blue. I'm going to go because the teams are coming back out, Brad. See you in 45 minutes. Fingers crossed. Have a word with your dad. You know your real dad. And we'll see you in 45.
Yeah, see you in 45, mate. See you.
Cheers. Oh, come on, Leicester. This is Leicester. This is why they do things, Leicester. We are halfway through. Dion Dublin has just said, where has this been all season? Exactly. It's nice to see that apparently that maybe West Ham are just going to say, well, look, we've done our bit. Oh. Is this 45 minutes going to be the longest of our lives? Anthony, I think it's a yellow one. It's a yellow one. Ask him about 5 to 7. I'm going off, and he's taking over the channel for half an hour because I'm going on Talk TV. So have a word with them. But I think if you ask him if is it muzzy, is it yellow, I think you'll find the answer to that will be yes. We're on the way. No, we're not. Goodison Park, Ellen Road, and Leicester were all trying to line up. The roar for the Leicester players coming out was extremely loud, according to the BBC. They are 45 minutes from survival at the end of their 9-year Premier League stay. We so are. We so are. Come on, Cherries. Get us a goal. And we've kicked off. Brian have made some changes at half time. Oh, I can't. This is. It's like Chinese water torture. I'm sure if the Japanese could have done this as a torture in the Second World War, they would have done. Simon Hooper is the man in the middle. Halfway to paradise. Yes, indeed. Dan is in. Good evening, Dan. Let's hope we're playing you next season. And once again, congratulations on your season. It was amazing. If we do go down, I would love half a season as good as you've had. Yeah, I mean, you, me, and Carl. I mean, Carl went through it this time last year with Leeds. Could you argue that they deserve to go down? Everton managed to only just stay up last season. Do they deserve to go down? Should they be docking their points or have had their points docked already? At the moment, from the 3 games, that obviously are important. It's a draw at Everton and Bournemouth. Leicester winning 1-0. Tottenham, I think, have just got a second at Leeds. I'm not sure. But Tottenham are currently leading 1-0 at Leeds. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. I feel you and me are bricking it. Yeah, Tottenham have got a second one. Pedro Porro has scored for Tottenham, 2-0 to Tottenham, and it looks like it is curtains for Leeds. Sorry, Leeds, and Carl, you know I love you, mate. And I'm one of the few that actually likes Leeds fans because they've come up with an attitude of it's great to be back. No, they haven't come up with an attitude of we're back where we belong. You know, it's a case of thank God we're back. It's great to finally be back, and I've enjoyed Leeds. Oh, fast manages to get it out, and then Sumari is taken out, and it's a free kick to Leicester. Doc Everton point, I think so, but you know, we know if they do, it will be next season now. I need the loo, but I daren't go. Hang on, what do you reckon? No, I don't. No, I don't think I could. I've still got too much of my cider left to do it in that. And believe you me, yes, it is cider. Before anybody says, they're saying here, when does dice roll the dice? That's not easy to say. I don't know, Luke. That is the question. He proved me wrong at Newcastle. He's proving Brad wrong today. You could argue, does he deserve the chance if he keeps us up? There's a good argument to say he does. Apparently, there's venom now at Ellen Road instead of gallows humour. The Leeds fans are singing, "You're not fit to wear the shirt" to the players and sell the club to a board who are largely absent today. He says, speaks volumes. Remember Leicester for life. No spoilers. It's a corner to West Ham. Whew. I wish I'd got a dog. And coming back in 38 odd minutes. Oh, Evans clears it. Definitely more West Ham. Definitely here. Leicester City coming forward. Oh, offside. Come on. Good played out. FC, who knows, FC? Let's just get through this afternoon. I'm going to have to put that up, Dan, just for the banter. Every time it comes up on the BBC goal, my buttocks just get a little bit tighter. Manchester United 2, Fulham 1, Bruno Fernandes. $400 tabs open. Tell me. Stephen Warnock here, former England and Liverpool defender. Everton, he says, have to go direct. Stop playing around at the back and making it too easy for Bournemouth. There are opportunities when the ball is getting recycled from the free kicks and corners. They need to put it back in the area and make it difficult. Use the strength of Yerry Mina and James Tarkowski in those forward areas. Leeds, I've got to say, I'm sorry, Leeds, it's looking bad for you. I think that's kind of over. Sorry. I didn't realize you were still in, but I'm sorry, Carl. Well, we said that about Dean Smith, and you were even later than us. No penalty for Brentford. Ben Mee taken out by Rico Lewis, but no penalty given. Matt Elliott's getting a little bit worried now. Leicester are struggling to get out of their own half as it stands. Everton gets that corner though, claims it well. Just calm it down. Calm it down, Danny. Southampton have now gone a goal up against Liverpool. It's now Southampton 3, Liverpool 2. And their fans must be wondering, where's that performance been all season? Well, it was there when you played Leicester, guys, twice. But Southampton leading Liverpool 3-2. But yeah, I'm sorry, Carl. But yeah, brought in too little, too late. Oh. Harvey Barnes on the ball. Leicester holding on to possession, taking their time. Oh. It's all over, guys. Everton have scored. Everton 1, Bournemouth 0. "20 minutes into the second half, and it's a goal for Everton. I guess it was coming at Everton, and it's Decore that has scored for them. So we're back down again, guys. We're back down again. I feel your pain. I do feel your pain, Carl. Arsenal have got 4 goals against Wolves. Apparently, it was a good goal for Decore. I don't know, I can't see it, but there we go. Now down to Bournemouth. West Ham singing "You're Going Down." West Ham have just hit the post. Ben Rama has hit the post. Nothing that we can do now, Leicester. All we've got to do is hope that the Bournemouth can do something and do us a favour. Oh, one job, Bournemouth. Well, we just got away with one off. I think Antonio Fennell's hit the post. I don't think that Bournemouth were stopping that goal. In fairness, Ings and Bowen are being warmed up for West Ham. "60 minutes has gone. Leicester City got a second goal. Wout Faes, at least he's got one in the right end this time. It's 2-0 to Leicester. Who knows if Bournemouth can just get an equaliser now? Tielemans crossed it in. Wout Faes. He needed that one, Wout Faes. 2-0 to Leicester. Southampton have got a fourth against Liverpool. Adam Armstrong for Southampton. I think Liverpool are on the beach. So a couple of changes now for West Ham. Bowen's come on. And it's Arsenal 4, like we say, Wolves 0. Ings and Bowen for Antonio and Benrahma. So no changes for Leicester at the moment. There you go. That's what it means to the Leicester fans. I mean, if we go down fighting, I've got to say, what more can you ask? We're not going out with a whimper. We could be going out with a win. This is Leicester, so let's not take anything for granted. Palace have equalised against Forest. It doesn't really affect us, though. Indeed, Dan. Come on, Bournemouth. Booking for Evans, but I think he took one for the team there. I mean, where has this performance been all season? Oh. Ings has got a booking already. He's hardly been on. Oh. 40% of the action has been in the Bournemouth third. It's awful when it's out your hands. It really, really is. Madison having to go there, trying to get on the score sheet. Ings has just missed a sitter. Ings has just missed a sitter as Jack Harrison, the player that we wanted to buy in the January window, has got a goal back for Leeds. How Ings missed that. It was a save from Everson. It came out to Ings and it absolutely missed. One of the misses of the season. So it's Leeds 1, Tottenham 2. Now Madison misses one. Aha! And it's a case of who can miss the easier goal at the moment. Some more substitutions for West Ham. Tottenham have got a goal straight back. Harry Kane. Sorry, Leeds. So Leeds got one back with and yeah, it's 4-3 now. Southampton, Liverpool, and now Liverpool have equalised. It's 4-4. Goals in everywhere, but Bournemouth. What are you doing, Bournemouth? Everybody's scoring, but Bournemouth. So it's Arsenal 4, Wolves 0, Aston Villa 2, Brighton 1, Brentford 0, Manchester City 0, Chelsea 1, Newcastle 1, Palace 1, Forest 1, Everton 1, Bournemouth 0, unfortunately. Leeds 1, Tottenham 3, Leicester 2, West Ham 0, Manchester United 2, Fulham 1, Southampton 4, Liverpool 4. And Everton having some defending to do here. Come on, Bournemouth. So Mendy has replaced Kieran Dewsbury Hall for Leicester. Cornet is on and Emerson for Creswell and Paqueta. Well, if Cornet's on and he goes down, he's off the pitch, he'll bottom swipe onto the pitch so that he can delay the game. Sorry, Dan. At the moment, Brad's getting 3 points in the Xbox Prediction League. And he's going to get 3 points as well. And I think Brad could be winning the Prediction League at this rate. Come on, Bournemouth. 71 minutes, 19 minutes to go for Bournemouth. Handbags at dawn at Everton, started by Solanke. Oh, this is 2 minutes between Leeds getting their first goal and Spurs getting the third. Oh, last 20 minutes. We're inside the last 20 minutes, coming up to 15 minutes to go. And it is Everton 1, Bournemouth 0. Leicester have done what they can do. They're winning 2-0. You couldn't ask anything more of them. I'd take that, Russ. Vardy's going to be coming on in a minute. All seems to be the West Ham fans singing at the moment. Madison has a good shot that goes just wide, and it's off for another corner. Chris, good evening. How are you? Well, my nerves are absolutely shredded. "15 minutes left, and Wolves haven't had an attempt on goal yet." Oh. Indeed. It was Solanke, Russ. Vardy's come on. Come on, Bournemouth, Leicester, we're doing as much as we can. We're 2-0 up. Goals in the first half from Barnes and in the second half from Faze. Well, congratulations, Chris. Sorry, mate, I didn't know the score. Well done. Congratulations to you. Goal for West Ham. Fennell scores for West Ham. Oh, well, it's going to make it even more nail-biting. Now I get 3 points in the prediction league. Pablo Fennell's there. What's your sport, Russ? Well, the Americans don't believe in relegation and promotion, do they? Still 1-0. Everton are sitting back. I know. I know what you're saying, Leicester for life. Somebody is messing about in the ground. Russ, then if your American college football team's stinking, then Leicester as a choice at this end isn't really doing you much good, is it? 8 minutes left. Where is Gloria Gaynor when you need her? Go on now, go. Walk out the door. I will survive. Bit of pressure coming from Bournemouth. Five now to Arsenal. Arsenal are just absolutely romping this. Southampton 4, Liverpool 4. Yeah, they could well be, James, because they had that handbags at dawn, didn't they? 8 minutes plus injury time to go. Oh, I just hope it's coming for Bournemouth. Leeds 1, Tottenham 3. There's been a goal at Brentford. Brentford 1, Manchester City 0. Ethan Pinnock for Brentford. Wasn't where I wanted the goal to come. I wanted the goal to come at Goodison Park for Bournemouth. Look, I mean, it's 37 games that have got us to this point. You know, if we go down, we won't be going down on this one game. How many bad games have we had? Bournemouth, please. Leicester have given it everything. They've got to be careful. The free kick's been given away. We are looking we're hearing absolute like we are tired as hell. But we can't afford to give away a sloppy foul. Unless Bournemouth score, Everton are safe for a second season running, despite being cheating bastards. I'm not. Alex Iwobi he's had a shot that's gone behind for a corner. I had I had Everton and Bournemouth to equal to draw, which as it stands would of course keep us safe. We're defending at the moment. Barnes tried to pick Vardy out with the run through the middle, but it wasn't to be. Three minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Jeff. Yeah, well, she won't be coming back next season, will she? Gray's gone off for Everton. Maddison has had a good game today by the sound of it. We needed him to. Madison's down. I don't know if it's cramp. He was holding his ankle. Madison's boot is off. God, we are 3 minutes away from Championship football. Still 1-0 at Goodison. Talking football boots. Into the 90th minute at the King Power. Bournemouth still losing to Everton by the single goal. It's a goal that will keep Everton in the Premier League, and it's a goal that will send Leicester down to the Championships. There's a chance for Wout Weghorst to score his first Premier League goal for Manchester United, but he puts it wide. Apparently, it was sounds like it was a really bad miss. Castagne's coming off. So we've got 6 minutes. Ricardo's come on for Castagne. Castagne limping as he goes off. I think he's given everything. But 6 minutes added time here at the King Power. Ten minutes at Everton. Sounds like Everton are playing not very well at all. I think Bournemouth are not playing well. Everton, it looks like they deserve it. It's full time at Selhurst Park. Crystal Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Cornell's over the top this time, trying to get an equaliser. Still 3-1 at Leeds, though. 3-1 to Tottenham, that is. Always seeing the fact if we go down, we're not going to get Potter. Full time, Brentford have beaten Man City 1-0. Chelsea and Newcastle have drawn 1-1. Man United have beaten Fulham 2-1. And I said before, Palace and Spurs have drawn 1-1. It's 5-0 to Arsenal over Wolves, 2-1 to Villa over Brighton. Tottenham 3, Leeds 1, 4-4 between Southampton and Liverpool. It's all West Ham at the moment. Arsenal have won 5-0 at Wolves. But the 3 games that count for us are still being played. Everton 1, Bournemouth 0, Leeds 1, Tottenham 3, and Leicester 2, West Ham 1. Russ, you do not have spoilers. It's full time. It's full time at the KP. It's finished 2-1. We are just waiting to hear. Waiting to hear from Goodison Park. "97 minutes played at Goodison Park. 4-1. Tottenham got another goal at the end. Everton taking the time. Leicester 2, West Ham 1, Tottenham 4, Leeds 1. What would we give for a penalty at Goodison Park? Sorry, Russ, I was saying no spoilers from any games. I just said to you, and then you went and posted another one. The only game that's being played at the moment is Everton against Bournemouth. "97 minutes played there." It is, Jeff. It is. But you know what? It's 37 games that have led us to this. 90 seconds left. Leeds are down. Victor Christensen is watching the game. All the Leicester players are huddled round his phone. 99 minutes played at Everton. "99 and a half minutes gone at Goodison Park. What is happening? What is happening?" 15 seconds remain. Bournemouth come forward, but they head it away to Everton. Everton put the challenge in. That's it. It's all over, guys. We are going down. Yes, we are. Turf, you posted that before I'd have said the whistle had gone. What do you say about spoilers? Cyber leader, yeah, such is life. We did what we could do, guys. We did what we could do. What can we say? What can we say? You know, it wasn't this game that did it. It's 37 games that lead up to this point. It was all going well at half time. Yeah, you're probably right, Anthony. I blame him. He takes the majority of it. He does take the majority of it. No, Ray, I'm sorry. I'm not putting that up. I don't agree with that. Sorry. That's uncalled for. And not particularly nice. Yeah, you know, we're going to wake up in the morning and we'll still have a football club. You know, we lost. We won a game. We lost the war, as they say. John, this is the question. This is the question. Who knows? Who knows? Because I certainly don't. I just don't understand it at all. You know, the main reason I think we haven't played like that all season, the main season, is because, you know, in charge of us.
Bell end.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason that we are down. I we will wake up in the morning. We will still be alive. The sun will still be shining. We've got a derby to look forward to against Coventry next season. We've still got a club. We've still got our own ground. And we're not going to be dodging bombs from the mad guy that is Putin. So, you know, it's a game at the end of the day. One that we lost, unfortunately. Okay, Ray, look, let's have a look at this. He had to sell Fofana. Fofana was going on strike. He didn't want to play for us. We were being offered £75 million for him. We already had the training ground at that point. So the training ground was built on Maguire's money, not on Fofana's money. We had no choice but to sell Fofana. To be honest with you, though, here, would we miss any of them? Yes, on today's performance, but not on the way they've played all season. No. Hate is a very weak word. It's a lot more than that, Max. Look, like I say, we've not lost it on today's. I'm going to be back in 1 second. Talk to me, Brad, while I'm just doing some artwork. Bye-bye, Prem.
Oh, yeah, but it just pisses me off, mate, because you just felt it, didn't you? You almost knew that the second Everton got a goal, Bournemouth were going to not have enough or anything about them to do it. And it's look now, Matchday, we don't hold it against your club at all or anything like that. At the end of the day, we didn't do enough over the collective 38 games to be in a situation. I've even said to a few people that have said their condolences to me, I've said at the end of the day, yes, I'm annoyed that a money laundering, cheating, breaking FFP club gets to stay up, and it sickens me that those that break the laws get away with it because of their status within the Premier League. But we should have never been in a position to give Everton a chance to stay up. And you know, at the end of the day, we said if we went down, we at least need to go down swinging. We won 2-1. We did our job, but
I can say you could not blame this on this one game.
No, and you know what? I know we've flipped and flopped in his short stay at Leicester, but in 8 games, the man's got us 3 draws and 2 wins. You know, losing 2 expected games against Man City and Liverpool just makes you think, doesn't it? What if we'd have brought him in February or January?
Yeah.
Is he the man that we should look to and go, you know what? You lost 3 games, and 2 of them nobody expected you to get anything from. So here's the job to rebuild, because you know what I mean. If there's only one game there you expect to get something from. You what?
Come.
No. I meant Dean Smith. Give him the job.
What I'm saying is, but Potter isn't going to come. So, is Dean Smith a choice for us?
I think so. I think you have to consider. You have to consider it. He's got to have done enough there to warrant it. Because at the end of the day, yes, you can look at the performances and judge him off individual performances. Yeah, but what did Brendan Rodgers do for the other 22 sodding games? Because he didn't do what Dean Smith's managed.
No.
You know, in 8 games, he's picked up more points than games. Right? And that's something that Brendan Rodgers certainly hadn't done in them 30 games, because we weren't on 30 points when we sacked him. So, for me, look, we knew the situation regardless. We knew there's 8+ players leaving. Regardless of what division we're in, there's 8+ players leaving. There might be a few more because it's Championship football, not Premier League football. But you need a man who can go out there, maybe look through the youth system, promote within, look, some key quality players in the Premiership that aren't getting the game time that they're wanting, and can offer them it in the Championship. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but. I mean, literally, you're talking minus the Fulham result. Is there a game out there that we haven't looked at and gone, you know what? He's not showing me anything to say that he can't get them players going, because he clearly can, Chris. Because let's face it, look, the 30 game. I will say this: the 30 games prior to Dean Smith's appointment are what got us relegated. Because in reality, what he did in the 7 games before today, he actually gave us a sniff of a chance of staying up.
Yes. Yeah. I do not. I mean, I don't hold any blame against Bournemouth. We shouldn't have to rely on another team. And Everton, like I say, it was at Everton, and I always said that was going to be hard because they are better at home because they got the crowd behind them. But yes, it does hurt that a cheating team is staying up for a second season running. You know, that does hurt.
Yeah, especially when you just know now they won't get any points deduction.
Yeah.
And you just know they'll be given all the support and love and care and wrapped in bubble wrap to help them try and get out of the financial difficulties. And it just sickens you. But clubs always get away with it. They always get away with it. And yeah, you're right. We shouldn't rely on other teams to do us a favour, but
we shouldn't. And I don't think it's just. I'm actually not having to go at 7, and I'm not having to go till 7:40. So we're all right, guys. You got me a little bit longer. Yeah. Forgot what I was going to say now. I think, when you're looking at blame, I said earlier on that show, didn't I? Maddison is a show pony, and all right, he's turned up today. He turned up, he's turned up in a couple of games, but he's there's been more games when he hasn't turned up than where he has.
Yeah, and when it's going right, when you're sat in fifth, when you're winning FA Cups, you don't notice it or you don't really care because it seems to be working, and only when it's going wrong does it is it a negative thing, which it has been this season. There's been too many times when we've looked at some performances or half chances that Leicester create in the game, and you're thinking, we know you can find the top corner from the odd shot from them. Why didn't you pass it? Why didn't you use your brain? Why didn't you think, and certain things that was great that we saw them doing when, like I said, when everything was great. It's just annoying. But look, there's so many things, and you literally go right back to. You don't even go. You go even further back, Chris. You go even further back than August, don't you? You go right back to June, July, when the planning was being made, and when and I'm going to say it, Chris, and I apologise for it in advance. But when the scared, cowardly rats, were all hush hush, we'll get away with it. Hopefully, FFP will allow us to get away with our mistakes. And the rats like Whelan and Rudkin kept Rodgers in the dark.
Thank you, Nate.
Didn't let him know the transfer budget because they were shitting their pants and they were hoping that some miracle was going to happen and they wouldn't have to explain to Rodgers that he got no money. And they're scowling little rat faces, thought they'd get away with it. It started then when Rodgers was making plans, and you can't blame him for this part. If Chris, if you got told, your manager in Leicester City, and you get told, right, yeah, don't worry about this FFP stuff. It's fine. You're gonna have money to spend in the transfer window. Just clear out some wage bills and we'll be fine, Rodgers. That's why we were trying to get rid of Vestergaard. That's why Sionchu was told he can piss off to Atletico. It all starts from there.
I need to answer this question because I did very calmly, I thought, but I want you to do this. Ray, why did Top sell Fofana and spend all that money on the training ground? It is 100% Top's fault.
No, it's not. He sold Fofana because Fofana went on strike.
Yeah.
Fofana refused to play.
And did we not have the training ground already built by the time we sold Fofana?
Pretty sure it was already built or in the midst of being built when we signed Fofana.
Fofana came over. One of the things that he was impressed with about the club was the training facility.
Yeah, so I don't understand. There is not a thing about that sentence that makes any sense for me to. So, next question, Chris, because that's just a silly question. I don't understand it. Where has your head been? Have you been an ostrich? To quote a manager, you probably don't know. You probably don't know that manager and quote if you don't understand how. Where have you been? What reports have you been listening to? Did you not watch the fiasco of Fofana going on strike? Did you not watch Leicester build a training ground before he arrived? That was the Maguire money, if anything.
Yeah. I'm going to just look for something here. What was he called? Pearson, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I'll just wait for this to load. I'm going to just say that, to me, the person that takes the biggest blame is Rodgers. The person that takes the pivot, or the people. Let me just play this. I'm gonna play this just for you, Brad.
You don't know the answer to that question, and I think you are an ostrich.
There we go. Just for you, that, Brad.
Oh, brilliant! Love it, Chris. Love it.
Yeah, you've got to say that the majority of the blame goes on Rodgers. He didn't give a damn. It was his ego more than the club. He wouldn't concede that he ever got anything wrong. Arriva bus drivers couldn't get bus insurance because of the number of players they were running over. I mean, it was just an absolute joke. But then again, Top's got to take some of the blame for not just he caused, to me, Top caused the acid feeling that was around the club at the start by not coming out and admitting it. But then you've got to say, what's she called? Susan Whelan, Stuart Whelan. No, his sister, Susan Whelan, and John Rudkin, because they were just taking the easy money and taking an easy ride, and obviously weren't keeping Top with what was involved. And Top did keep him too long. So I would tend to say it's a third Rodgers, a third Top, Susan Whelan, and John Rudkin, and then the final third, the players. Because if we know that they can now turn up, because they did today and they did against Newcastle, and let's be honest with you, these aren't teams that, well, Southampton or anybody like that, these are teams that are decent teams, and yet they couldn't turn up against the likes of Fulham, Southampton, Forest, and all these others.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's at different parts of the season that certain parts of the football club take the blame. You look to the hierarchy for the absolute travesty of a mess that we called a transfer window. And, like a set of dominoes, when you start to knock one over, they all tend to fall over, because then came the results. Then came the bizarre tactics. Then came the bizarre players not playing. And then came, the infuriation that why weren't we, when a handful of managers were out of work and potential key to potentially being brought in, why was Rodgers given longer than anyone else? And sentiments cost us on that one, So then the blame. Then you look at Top. Why did he allow sentiment to rule the logic head? Because it wasn't like we were winning 1 or 2, then losing and drawing. We were winning 1, maybe 2, losing 8, losing 12. I mean, when a new manager comes in for 8 games and he says we haven't kept it, we kept our first clean sheet in 22 games. That's worrying, because that means for at least 14 of them that Rodgers was in charge of all.
Yeah, and I've got to take again, disagree with Ray. Our club died with Vichai. I thought that was in bad taste. I said it at the time. But also, did you not remember that we won the FA Cup and the Community Shield after Vichai had passed? And RIP Vichai as well. So I don't know what you've been on today, Ray. John has said, why do we not play like that earlier, Chris? Yeah, that is the question. And like I say, the players have got to look at themselves in the mirror. Luke says, gutted for you, yes. Leicester got a win, but it's a 38-game season. Lessons have to be learned from this. Wanted Everton to suffer, but they're so lucky. But we know the majority of anybody outside of Liverpool, in fairness, wanted Everton to go down. And let's be honest with you, half of Liverpool did as well. LCFC, hopefully I'll be able to say to my kids in the future that my club were relegated and bounced back. Let's not forget how close we would have been if Madders had scored that penalty. Yeah, I mean, it's all ifs, buts, and maybes, isn't it? Over 38 games, we're not good enough. And that's the thing, James. It wasn't Maddison's penalty. It wasn't Vardy's penalty. It was 38 games where just overall we weren't good enough. And, the game against Newcastle, the game against West Ham, it just wasn't enough to paper over the cracks, was it? Because of all the others, it was just too far and few between. That's my blue whatever it was that you couldn't say earlier moment. However long it takes, I'll forever be a Leicester fan. Look, we're going to be back. We're going to be back. Tony Snooker fan, now you have a trip to Carrow Road next season. Yeah, are you a Norwich fan, Tony? Because last season, or the last few seasons, I could not get a Norwich fan to actually A, admit they were a Norwich fan, and B, come on the show. So you are a Norwich fan. I would love you to follow me on Twitter and we can have a chat. I've been to Carrow Road, actually. I have actually been to Carrow Road. We fought right to the end. That's the only positive we could take. We did our bit. Let's admit, we did play like that versus Fulham and Spurs. Was that Spurs, though? I mean, Brad, yes, we won that, and we won that quite well. But this was a Spurs team, and I know they put 4 past Leeds today. But I mean, I don't think that was that impressive, to be honest, because it was Spurs, who at the time weren't playing very well.
The problem is it's easy to excuse not playing well all of a sudden when you look at how it went. I think it was just us. I don't care that it was. You could look back at the whole season. How many times, Chris, did we go, oh, we've turned the corner now. Yeah, let's turn the corner. We did it when we beat Wolves and Nottingham Forest. That didn't last, did it? We did it when we beat Aston Villa and Tottenham. That didn't last, did it? We did it when we beat Wolves and got a draw against Leeds. That didn't last, did it? Not consistently enough to stay up. I mean, at least at the latter end of that, we've managed to pick up another win and 2 draws since 2 games. But just like you said, Chris, collectively over 38 games, whether we like it or not, whether we're sick to the stomach of ripping off Merseyside wannabes club or not, over the course of 38 games, we were the third worst team in this division.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we will win the championship next season. I don't think that we will come straight back up. And if Dan's back in, because I did kick Dan out because I had to be fair, he did kind of put a bit of a spoiler in there, and I can't have one rule for one rule for the other. So he's probably not talking to me now. But he didn't expect to come back the way they have done this season, and I say fair play to them. So who knows? But the way things are at the moment, we're not going to come straight back, are we?
Well, you see, that all depends, doesn't it? Because it all depends on not so much who's left, but who rebuilds it. Because you never know, Chris. What were we saying? If we stay up, it'll be a good thing that we're getting rid of all these players and contracts because at least then all the deadwood will go. Well, we knew that was happening anyway. The deadwood's going, Chris, whether, regardless of what division we're in. So you don't know, because if some of them players that showed heart and commitment under Dean Smith, and I'm not saying he will get the manager's job, but he's a good shout for me to get it. You don't know if we won't come straight back up. Look what happened to Burnley. I can imagine Dan, who I believe he's back in the stream. He did apologise on one of the messages you're slowly getting to.
Yeah.
So spoiler alert, you'll see it. Don't ban me, but you'll get there. You'll get there eventually. But no, Burnley fans must have been sat there going, "Oh well, I don't think we'll come straight back up. We've got too many deadwood." Blah, blah. And right now, I can totally understand why people won't see it that. But until we know what our team's going to look like in the championship, with the greatest respect, we don't know where we're going to be. But right now, I totally understand the feeling is we're probably not going to come straight back up. But we'll see. We'll see come August what our 11 is.
Just want to read a couple of messages out. Madison, Tielemans, Barnes, Defo going now. To be quite honest with you, good riddance.
It's a shame that their journey in time at Leicester's ended on such a low note. Obviously, had results gone our way, it would have still ended on a bit of a sad note. But yeah, they're the players that Chris, me and you talked about, when maybe, and I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, but maybe that's where after the FA Cup win, them players should have gone, and we should have used the money whilst they were at their highest peak in value, and then we should have brought 2 or 3 players in to replace them, because ultimately, yeah, Barnes has been our top goal scorer this year, and Maddis has been the second in terms of goals and assists. But ultimately, them players not turning up has cost us as well, you know. And that this is the problem when you get so dependent on 3 or 4 players being your star, being your go-to player, being the guy that you hope's going to light the world on fire and grab Leicester, grab the game by the scruff of the neck. When you get too complacent in them players doing that, unfortunately, Chris, we have a season like we've just ended, and that is a very harrowing situation.
Yeah. And Jack says there, need to start the clear out now. Yes, we do. And I said this right at the start of the show, and I've said it more than once. Going down to League One led us to where we were. If we'd stayed up, would we still be giving contracts to players that were contractors run out? Or would we, and not getting players in that are young and hungry, at least by going down, like we went down to League One with Nigel Pearson. Let's get rid of the deadwood and let us bring some, new hungry players in. And I'll bring Carl in at the moment. Carl's going to join us, the Leeds fan, so he got the link. So I'll bring you in a second, Carl. But so in a way, yeah, I can see a bit of a positive about it.
Yeah, of course you can. I mean, look, sometimes when your ship starts to sink in, you realise it's the rotten wood that's keeping you. No matter how much you try and patch up holes, it's the rotten wood that's bringing you down. So now Leicester have, anchored themselves into the Championship. They have, arrived at the port of Championship football. So, we'll get 25, maybe 30 million for Madders.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to get the premium Premier League tax on him now. So, all right, 25, 30 million. Okay. Probably get about 20 million, 15 million for Barnes now because of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've lost tournaments for free. He weren't interested in the club survival or not. It doesn't really affect him as much as he might seem.
He didn't want to be here, otherwise he'd have signed the contract. Dan, so I could not show favouritism and not, as I've just done somebody earlier, if you pardon the expression. But yeah, like you say, the rebuild begins tomorrow. Yes, it does. We come back.
It does. Stronger. And again, I don't think it would have mattered had we stayed up or not. I don't think there's a single player out of contract that would be looking to extend their contract all of a sudden. So no. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I can never remember the exact names because we always talk about the players whose contract run out this year and next season. Honestly, it's probably going to come to fruition when we do the keep, sell, whatever, that show we're going to do, Chris. Probably needed stripping down to the bare bones of the squad. And like you said, a rebuild, starting with your number one and working your way up through a very...
Can Rodgers be more to blame than the people who refused to fire him? Because he took a team that had just won the FA Cup and the English Super Cup and put us in a relegation battle. Sorry, lads, was hoping to give you the points to stay up to date in exchange for not injuring any of our players. I mean, fair play to West Ham. Look, you did what you had to do, and again, it's not down to West Ham. We beat you. It was all we could do. Carl, I will get to you in a second. Let me just go through these last few. Say few. There's loads of messages coming in, so bear with me, everybody. I tell you what, while I'm just going through them, let us bring Carl in. Carl, welcome to the club, mate. See you in the championship next year. Like we'll be like two school kids starting a new school and recognising each other across the playground. Hello.
Yeah, you can say that again. And I did make my promise. That post that I had is not there anymore. So I have taken it down. And I ripped it on Doug's channel live as well.
Really?
So yeah,
Wow.
I kept my promise. I kept my word. So yeah.
Just remind, because obviously people that were in the chat probably didn't see the show. What was the poster of? Just remind people.
Poster was of Marcelo Bielsa lifting the trophy when Leeds were champions in the 2019-20 season. For all the Leeds players that we had, that was in that poster lifting the trophy.
And I mean, you were really up against it from about the 5th minute, weren't you?
Very much, yeah. When King scored that first goal, Hayes went. We were just like, yeah, the chat is going to start. The chat's going to start, and it did start. And we were just not in the game. We were so dreadful. We were dreadful. Yes, we scored a goal back, but bloody hell is the fourth goal where we let Lucas Moura in, and no one did challenge the players. No one did challenge Lucas Moura. He went past 4 players and he just scored. And I'm like, what the hell? And I think Big Sam will not get the job. He said he was more better than Klopp and Pep. Well, he certainly wasn't, so he can get, he's not much to blame. But if he's part of the blame, he's not going to be there next season. He ain't going to be. I don't want him to manage my club.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know how we all know how we feel, don't we, Brad? We're all sharing the pain here.
Yeah, we do. I mean, sorry to kick you when you're down because we're obviously falling with you here, but I guess the only little bit of light we have, and it's only for 8. It's only for the 8 games he's been here, but we may have sacked our managers both too late. We didn't get rid of our clowns quick enough, but at least our saviour we brought in gave all he could. I watched Carl. I had the BBC One on whilst I was watching the Leicester game on my phone, and I just saw it unfold. I thought, geez, that just shows you who, even though we both ultimately gone down to the championship, it shows you who made the smarter choice in manager, because I just don't understand. We did our bit for our club, and unfortunately, Everton held on. But you just seem to have. Well, you accepted your fate before a ball was kicked this afternoon, it seems.
We did, yeah. I already did. I accepted it from the moment when Gracia was shipping goals, when he was at the club with shipping goals. I accepted the fact we were going to go down, and it wasn't really surprising. I don't know. I think this is going to be a long summer for us, Brad, because I think for tomorrow, this ownership situation needs to be sorted straight away, because I think the 49ers will say, well, we're not paying $500 million. We're going to pay $150 million. If you don't, you're going to make a loss. I don't care. You bought Sandoria. Give us a key to the club, because you're not helping us. Right? Andre's not helping us. So for the matter of the fact is, it's going to be a long summer. I think there's going to have to be some decisions to make. Who's going to be the right manager and the right director of football, because it's all gone shit show. And we knew for weeks. And I think the board needs to be gone straight away from tonight, because I can tell you right now, I can guarantee there's going to be a lot of Leeds fans protesting outside the club right now, especially, and it could be hell, because at the moment they're going to make Andrea Renzani hell for the next 48 hours and make sure he sells the club quickly.
I just want to think, Luke here, Forest fan, obviously. Leicester won't do a Burnley. I can't see it because you're now a championship club. Yes, you have parachute payments, but the key thing, I think, was for Burnley for attracting players was Vincent Kompany. Well, the thing is, Luke, you're saying we won't do a Burnley because we're now a championship club. So were Burnley. So how could Burnley do a Burnley? Because Burnley were a championship club and they did a Burnley. Yes, Vincent Kompany, but we don't. Sorry, Brad, but Vincent Kompany, but we don't know who we're going to have next.
Yeah,
I mean, we could have Mourinho. Yeah, I'm being stupid here, but you know what I mean. So I don't get what the point you're making. The thing I don't want, and this is what is worrying me, Frankie, I certainly don't want any of what you're drinking. But
no. Did you see what
Big Sam or Rafa? I say Dean Smith, but if not, Rafa. What is everybody going banana? Especially the Newcastle fans all saying you need Rafa. Rafa took Newcastle down, right?
But it wasn't his own fault. I think that was more due to because the ownership was not back in. That was not his
He
fault.
was at the tiller. That's like saying, well, in fairness, this wasn't Rodgers' relegation because he wasn't here when we went down. But yes, it is. But he brought them back up. But what did he do at Everton? What did Rafa do? Brad, tell me, what did Rafa do at Everton that makes him such a great manager that he's going to sort everything out for us?
He nearly got them relegated, and I wish he'd been given the chance to finish the job, so I wouldn't be feeling so disheartened about today.
Yeah.
But I think people are stuck in the past. I think people are still stuck on 2005 and thinking he's just come off doing an Istanbul. I don't understand where he is, because if that was the case, then Leeds fans would be celebrating staying up because Big Sam was just managing Bolton Wanderers and doing, what I mean? Football don't work like that. Eventually, the thing runs its course. And no, I'd rather Dean Smith over Big Sam or Rafa any day.
I would not want the Spanish waiter at all. Nowhere near my club. Same with Jesse Marsh. Potter's not going to come, so let's not even think about him. Harvey, are you let me put my teeth in and try that again. Harvey, are you a Coventry fan? M69 Derby. It has been years and years and years. I used to love the M69 Derby, usually because we generally won it. But you are our nearest club. I'm going to be honest with you, Harvey. I'm so sorry. I'm so glad you didn't win yesterday, especially because we've gone down today. That would have been really, really hurtful. But at least we do get to play you in the next round. So let me know if you are. I guess you're a Coventry fan from these comments, and you're most welcome in the chat. Nice to see you, and I look forward to those games next season. But you're not even going to have a local derby with Sheffield United, are you, Cole?
Nope. I see the 1 or 2 Sheffield United fans have been happy. The only thing we've got to do is against Huddersfield Town, which is going to be bloody hell when I go back to Huddersfield now and again. So I'm going to be like, oh shit, they're going to be chatting the usual shit. So you know what? I don't know. I'm just like, I question my life as a Leeds fan at the moment, and especially I just, going to play Huddersfield next season, it's gonna be absolute nerve. It's gonna be an absolute shit show, and I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Doug, you again, you're Scottish, I know that. You're a Scouser fan, I know that, but you're also a gentleman, sir. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. That £10 we'll put it towards buying, I don't know, I'm sure we can get somebody for £10. We're not going to get Jack Harrison though, because he's not going to. Is he going to stay with Leeds, or do you think?
No, I don't. I think he will go. I think he will go, and I think the one club he's been linked to has been West Ham. I think he will go. I would not be surprised at the moment because he was linked to West Ham a few times, and you can see now that situation is going to change because I think he's one of our highest earners at the club, and I think Rodrigo will go, Harrison will go. I think Ngoto might go as well too. I think even Tyler Adams. So we're going to lose some players. It's going to be a huge rebuild because it depends on what's going to happen. The only manager I can think of that's going to be linked to both our clubs is Ralph Hasenhuttl. But what is the only manager that's going to be good for us?
It's going to be interesting. I think for both our clubs, that next appointment is so important, if you like. I mean, Doug saying, would you keep Dean Smith? We've obviously just touched on that. Top needs to take some of the blame. Yes, he does. Rebuild begins now. I mean, Brad, all right, let's take the Newcastle game and park it. Let's take the West Ham game, though we did manage to actually do a double over a team this season. But let's take that aside and park it and look at the performances. Who would you sooner have in your team? Would you sooner have a James Maddison who couldn't give a shit and wants to comb his hair whenever he falls over? Or would you sooner have a Christensen or a Thomas that actually wants to, or a James Justin that actually wants to play for the club and wants to fight?
all day long you take passion over talent in that sense, don't you? For a rebuild, you always take it because look. Let's face it, Maddison's gone, right? He's not going to be a Leicester player next season. We'll get, like I said, if we're good, because we don't desperately need to sell him for cheap. But if we can get 25 million with add-ons or whatever for him, I'd rather keep Christensen because they're the players you're going to rebuild with. They're the players that, even if it's not it's not a blistering start to the championship season, we'll keep going. And you've just named players that I can see being here next season. I don't see Thomas wanting to leave Leicester. No. Christensen, okay, maybe Christensen. I don't know, but bringing him in January, I don't think a January signing wants to leave that quickly. James Justin, well, we signed him from Luton. How his life has turned around, he must see. Yes. I'm sure he's not regretting even Leicester, considering what he's gone on to win with Leicester. But I'm sure he's thinking, God, how's this happened? But he's got the championship fight in him. Wout Faze is another one who finally scored in the right net today, even though it was all for nothing, unfortunately. So there is. And obviously Iverson and that as well. So there is still some structure here, and I would take them staying over losing them just to keep Maddison to play in the Championship any day of the week. And it's just the logical sense it makes for a rebuild. And there's your foundations. Right now, I know technically right now, we don't have a manager because he's managed for 8 games and he can't do anything in terms of that. But right now, just look at the players you've got and forget the play. Like you said, with the saying about the Newcastle West Ham games about putting them on a shelf. Forget the players that aren't going to be here next season. Draw up a list of players we've still got. Forget your Mendes, forget your Tillemans, forget all them out of contracts. Consider them gone. In your mind, mentally get them gone from your list and go, right, who we've got and who do we need to be keeping here, and go from there. Yep.
It's going to be safe for us as well too. But at least it's going to be like, who do you want to keep? Who wants to fight the passion to wear that shirt? There's going to be needs to be questions of the players. Do you want to stay here? No, I want to go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else then. If you have to stay here, if you want to stay, you want to get this club back up, then we'll get it done. I think the Championship's going to be interesting next season because us, and probably Southampton, those teams will be fighting for that promotion spot if we don't get the Champions, because it's going to be a mental breakdown for all those 46 games. We need to make sure we get everything right. So you know what, it's just gonna
I just want to read a tweet I just had from Gary, who I believe is a Newcastle fan, looking at his profile picture. And he said, sorry to see you go, lads. You've played by the financial rules and the Premier League screwed you over. Everton's still not sorted from last year. I really hope you sue the league. Hopefully see you back in the Premier soon. Good luck. Thanks, Gary. But again, Brad, we shouldn't have been in that position, should we? Where we're relying on Bournemouth, but we're also relying on the Premier League to dock somebody some points.
No, you should never be relying on other circumstances to, justify you being good enough to stay up. And look, like we said, there is a catalogue of reasons that we got relegated this season. Doesn't matter who you give the percentage of blame to, more or less or whatever, whether it's this person, that person, this group of people, them group of people, it doesn't matter. Collectively, there are all the reasons behind our relegation. At the end of the day, had we, you could say, oh, well, if we'd have held Fafana to ransom, as some Wally said in the chat, which apparently seems to think that a guy who changed his mind at Spurs and said, I'll play for you, means we'd have done the same with, Fafana. I don't understand. Well, we could have done that. But maybe if we'd have, not lost to Bournemouth, not lost to Southampton home and away, and again, tired of expressing everything that could have, should have, would have, could have, and ultimately didn't happen to keep us in the division. At the end of the day, whether Everton deserve to get docked 10 points, 12 points, 50 points, I don't care. we should have been in a position today where either we were already safe, like Forest and above were, or a win keeps us up. And the fact that we weren't in that position is ultimately the last nail in the coffin. But I can't believe I'm saying this, but the positives were we went down doing our job. Today we did the job that was required of us. We needed to beat West Ham to stand a chance, and at least we did that. And I think Carl will agree with me. If anybody should be optimistic of a potential bouncing straight back, either via the automatic zone or via the playoffs, right now, I mean, all right, Southampton's got a 4-4 draw against Liverpool, but I'd say that people are looking at Leicester going, they showed something. They showed something that their fans should take into the season that's going to come to them and go, maybe we can bounce straight back, because that's what you saw, and that's what we have been seeing for the last couple of games at least.
Can you bounce straight back, Carl?
That's a difficult answer for us at the moment. I don't know at the moment, and that's a difficult answer. I think it depends what the manager that we need to get is the question, that if we were able to bounce back, and so I don't know. I really don't know who's going to be the right. I don't know if we can bounce back.
Brad, do you think Leeds can bounce back?
If they take the same approach that we're going to take over the summer, or at least you hope we're going to take over the summer, which is the right clear out, the right manager brought in, and there's no breaking communication from the top to the bottom. And this new manager's not going to be, can't tell him there's this going wrong, can't tell him he's not going to have this, we'll tell him that on the 31st of August when he can't do nothing. Topping a matchday program, style regime, then there's no reason they can't. Yeah. It is literally now until end of June at best. Whatever either club does between now and July, when technically you can start doing negotiations and stuff, between now and the start of July, what these clubs do is going to be monumentally pivotal to whether they're in the right mindset and the right position of hierarchy to get promotion. And if they both do that, there is no reason that Leicester and Leeds can't be first and second next season.
Yeah. I mean, saying Johnny Evans saying Leicester will bounce back, he's not going to say anything else, is he? What do you think of Leicester's chances next season, Carl?
I think, like you always said, we have to take the same approaches and make sure it's done right, and that's it. And if we both of us can get into that top two, that's something that we could be proud of, because one of us is going to be fighting for the title. No, get me wrong, but we'll be fighting for promotion. And I think we'll look what happened at Burnley, Sheffield United, what they've done. It's going to be similar to what we're going to have to go through, is to make sure is that if we get the right players and the right managers that fits into our club, to our identity, then we have a more chance that we will get promoted. But both two teams will get promoted in the top two.
Yeah. Carl, I'm going to let you go, mate. Where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me at CarlLeave92 on Twitter. You can find the Totally Leaving on Football Twitter podcast at LH Football Pod. We're also on YouTube as well. Please get subscribed. We're close to get to 70 subscribers, so please subscribe. And also we're on Facebook as well too. Please follow the like as well. If you're on the go, we are on Apple, Spotify, Google, and other podcast platform services.
Brilliant, mate. All the best, and we'll see you next season.
We will see you next season, yeah.
All right, mate.
See you next season, mate.
Take care. Bye.
Speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
We will see Cole soon, because obviously we are both down there. I'm just going to bring it up in a second. I just got to load it up. But a message from Alan Bennett, who is obviously chooses our man of the match. And I've just been thanking him for everything he's done this season. And he's saying, here's to the championship. And he says, bring it on, Chris. Players come and go, but we'll still be here, and I'll still be every home and away, God willing, Leicester till I die. And it is true, is it not? Players come and go. We've still got a club.
Yeah, we've still got a club, and Leicester will continue to sell players. They'll continue to buy players. Leicester doesn't disappear just because the likes of James Maddison, Tillemans, Barnes, etc., leave this club. That's their own prerogative. I mean, even Johnny Evans there. I mean, I don't know what his exact wording is, but if he's come out and said, "Yeah, the players are gutted, but Leicester will bounce straight back," it tells me Johnny Evans doesn't fancy it in the Championship next season. But I will forever be grateful for everything that they've helped us achieve in their time at Leicester. In terms of, Johnny Evans put his body on the line in these games that he's been able to be back for, but. This club doesn't stop existing because suddenly 8 or 9 players won't be here next season, because we'll go out and we'll replace them 8 or 9 players with probably 11, 12, 13 signings next season. So, yeah, it is what it is, but this club's still going to be here, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. If we keep this squad, we'll do a Sunderland and go further down. We know straight away 7 are going, plus obviously Barnes and Maddison. That's 9. That's nearly, the full team. Paul, thank you for your kind words, sir. I just like to say thank you, Chris, for this channel, and to Brad for all the hard work you do. P.S. Our lass is happy that Brad's now on camera. I forget that. Well, let me just bring this up and let me know whether you. I didn't see it, so I really can't quote or agree or disagree on this. Although that said, I kind of, from what I was listening from Matt Elliott, I kind of see where Alan's coming from. Give me your thoughts on this.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, listen, it was a nervy one, second half, because we knew West Ham were going to come at us, and we knew from the previous experience of the 37 games beforehand that Leicester and a 1-0 lead don't usually go well together. And then obviously, the game had a weird dynamic about it, didn't I? And I'm really annoyed. I'm really pissed off at the couple of immature people that started spreading fake score news in the ground. Not just in your chat, Chris, unfortunately.
No, I heard it. I was listening, and they were talking about that. Yeah, and it was even coming up on the screen.
Yeah. And, I'm not even mad at the West Ham fans. I mean, it was at first, because I thought, how childish are you, like, singing, you're going down. But Bournemouth fans would have been doing the same if they'd have, while they were level at Everton. I'm sure they were giving them stick. So,
I don't think West Ham fans at all, to be honest with you. No,
at the end of the day.
Good luck to them in Europe, But
yeah, best of luck to them.
We would have been the same to them.
Yeah, of course, exactly. If it was the other way around, we'd have been mocking them for it. But at the end of the day, in terms of man of the match, it was a defensive job in the second half. He got a goal. I could almost give it him for the fact that he actually scored in the right net for once. And yeah, it was solid. He's a player I can see being here next season, because unlike the England national side, the Belgian national side actually pick players on form no matter where they're playing. So it's not like his international career's at stake for staying in the Championship. He's still young. And again, we only signed him last year, so we haven't got a need to sell. And that's one vital thing that's different to other teams that have been relegated before. We have a player like Faye, who I can't imagine, or wouldn't like to imagine, is going to kick up a fuss if we turn around and say, look, you signed a 4-year deal here. You knew the situation, because it's not like he was blindsided by Leicester's fall. It's not like Leicester have got relegated by not winning the game in the last 4 months. They've been shite since the opening game of the season. So, he's one player I'd like to keep around, and I don't think would go. I think he'd be up for the fight in the Championship. And, I think he deserves the man of the match.
Well, on that note, we will round it off. Brad, I'm going to be back at 9 o'clock. I don't know whether you want to join me or not, as we're going to be looking at the new channel.
I might pop in for a bit, but I haven't eaten or anything yet because I've been too sick to the stomach. But send me the link for it, Chris. You know, if I can be there, I will be.
Yeah.
No worries.
And can I just say, if you can send me the player ratings over, that would be great.
Do I have to?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
I've got a hole on my website. But can I just say well done to Anthony, who got the correct score, Steve Walsh, Steve Lynex, Ian Wilson, Ian Marshall, and me. I think I just got 3 points. It will be interesting to see.
Do you want to know?
Yes, I do. Have you done it?
Yes, I did it as I was hoping desperately for Bournemouth to score in there. 10 minutes extra time they got. I thought, well, I might as well potentially tear myself up. But I will run you through the classifiers. Just drag it. I know you got to go, so I'll be quick with it. Don't worry. I know you're on the radio.
Yeah.
But Arsenal 5, Wolves 0. That meant that you got 1 point, but I got 3.
You didn't go 5-0, did you?
Yes, I did. I went 5-0 in that game.
Bloody hell, Brad.
I know. It's not going to get much better for you.
How many did I got? 1?
Yes, you got a point because you went 3-0, which it was at half time.
Okay.
And had me shitting myself. Aston Villa won 2-1. I went 3-1, but you went 2-2.
Ah. So I can see the way this is going. I can see the way it's going.
Well, don't worry, because then Brentford kind of saved both our blushes because Brentford won the game and I went 2-2 and you went 2-1 Man City, so nobody got a point there.
No.
Chelsea drew, so none of us got a point there because we thought that was going to be a kick in. But then Palace, Palace didn't do you a favour because I went 0-0 and you went 5-0 and it ended 1-1. Yeah. I'm really gutted about this result because you went 1-1 for the Everton Bournemouth game, but unfortunately it finished 1-0 Everton. But we won't speak too loudly about that one because I went 2-0 Bournemouth. So unfortunately, Chris, if I could give you 3 points for it, it would keep us up. Now, Leeds United got absolutely thrashed 4-1. I went 3-1 to Tottenham. Unfortunately, you thought Leeds could get something in that game, and it cost you dearly because you went 1-1.
Oh, I can see the way that I can see I'm doing. I can see I'm doing an Arsenal.
Unfortunately, we both matched up and went 5-0 for Liverpool, and they went and been Liverpool and drew 4-4 with Southampton, which is very bizarre.
Didn't got anything there.
But just as you thought you might have got back into it and made it tense, and I will be honest with you, if the Man United result, well, all I say is that played a pivotal point at the end. You got the Leicester result, which put you on a total of 5 points, which meant you had a lead of 6, which means I'd need 7 or more to beat you.
That only puts me on 4, doesn't it?
No, you got the Leicester result. You get, you got a point for the Fulham result. Because Fulham lost 2-1. Unfortunately for you, Chris, you predicted 3-1 whilst I predicted 2-1.
Oh, right. There we go. Yeah.
So you got 5 points. Steve got 3 because he only got the last result in. I mean, talk about not turning up and still getting something. But just call me the Michael Jordan of the Predictions League. Call me the Chicago Bulls because I've done it. I did it on the final day of the season. One Leicester fan gets to cheer winning something because on a whopping total of 207 points to Chris's 203, you're two-time Predictions League champion. It's Brad, the 2-time champion.
You decided to leave till the last week to probably have the best week you've ever had.
I know, right? Only I could do it. But there you go, Chris.
You doubled my point, so just kick me when I'm down.
Yeah, well, you chose to find out now. You chose to find out, mate.
Let's all out the way, shall we? Right, Matt, I'm going to have to rush because I'm on the telly in 5 minutes. So I will speak to you, but I'll send you the link, and if you can pop on. If not, I'll see you tomorrow for the Premier League all-time Leicester Premier League show, whatever we're going to call it. So
yeah, the shit season show. See you later, mate.
Everybody, thanks very much. Cheers.
See ya. Bye.
Thanks to Brad there at Full-Time Focus. Be sure to get over and follow him, especially if you want to be in the Prediction League next season. Get over to Talk TV now. I'm going to be there talking about the Championship by the sound of it. And I'll be back, what time? 9 o'clock-ish for a look at our channel next season, because it's all going to change. Thanks to Brad. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks to all the super chats. Thank you to the members. I'll just say thank you. I feel like I've just won an Oscar. Although I do feel like it's got a big lump of shit in the middle of it. I will see you all back here at 9 o'clock. Thanks very much for watching. Take care. I'll see you then.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.